वो तो बरोबर टाइम पे।
नहीं अभी
मैम
शुरुआत में सर।
इसको आगे ले लो, आगे ले लो इसको थोड़ा।
मैडम आप
देखते रहो। ये करण आजा। सर ये यहीं से बड़ा कर दिया। ऊपर रखूं फिर थोड़ा इधर कर दूं, यहाँ से आना।
दीपक, वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग।
गुड मॉर्निंग।
और कैसे हैं?
आई एम गुड, हाउ आर यू?
ये फर्स्ट क्लास। थोड़ा सा लाइट का प्रॉब्लम है, जैसे वो स्टार्ट आउट हो जाता है तो फिर हम स्टार्ट कर देते हैं, ठीक है ना? बस हार्डली 2 मिनट, जनरेटर स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं।
यस, नो प्रॉब्लम।
ठीक है, बस 2 मिनट से।
म्यूट कर देती हूँ।
Giving glory to Almighty God, we are starting the day 2 of 2 days International E-Conference. Respected Dr. Satish Tewanand sir and Dr. Anand Sadani sir, Vice Principal and conveners of the conference, dignitaries on the dais, and our esteemed dignitaries and our dear participants who have joined us through online platform. A very warm good morning to all. Following the invitation of Atiti Devo Bhava, I take an opportunity to welcome you all and our resource person and chairperson on the day 2 of 2 days International E-Conference on Self-Reliant, Atmanirbhar Bharat, building competitiveness through global collaboration. I wholeheartedly welcome Mr. Deepak Meghani sir and Mr. Sachin Pandey sir on behalf of entire fraternity of Dada Ramchand Babu Sindhu Mahavidyalaya. Thank you, sir, for being with us today. Now, dear participants, I please to formally resume the first technical session on contribution of UPI and RuPay in making India self-reliant. Hence, respected dignitaries and dear participants, today we have such an eminent personality with us as resource person, Mr. Deepak Meghani sir from USA. He earned his Bachelor of Technology BTech and Master of Technology MTech from Institute of Technology Mumbai. He was honored with the Institute Silver Medal from Institute of Technology Mumbai in the year 2010. He has also done Master of Science MS from Stanford University in the year 2016. He has had rich vast working experience since 2010. He has worked in the capacity of associate in Deutsche Bank, data scientist in Walmart Labs, teaching assistant in Stanford University, machine learning engineering in Metroid. Now the most important part. With his hard work and strong determination, he joined Google in the year 2018. At present, he is working in the capacity of senior software engineer at Google. List does not end here, and the words are not enough to introduce Mr. Deepak Meghani sir. In short, we can say Mr. Deepak sir is an erudite of the technology field. Now I invite Mr. Deepak Meghani sir to enlighten us with his words of wisdom. Sir, I request you to take over the session. Sir.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I'm going to be sharing my screen here. I have prepared a small presentation for the talk. So yeah, welcome everyone. I'll just get the screen share started. Okay.
Share the screen.
1 minute.
Yes, sir, you can share your screen.
Yes. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, sir, it is visible.
Okay. Perfect. Yes. So, not this. 1 second. Okay. Can everyone view the presentation now?
Yes, sir. We can view it.
Okay. Sounds good. So okay. So as mentioned by the moderator about me, I am a graduate from IIT Bombay and Stanford University. I'm currently working at Google, and I'm leading a team of software engineers to build the next generation of artificial intelligence software applications. About me, like, I'm very highly passionate about innovations in software, especially in the fintech space. And one disclaimer before we start the talk. So all views presented here are my own, and they're not necessarily reflect those of the organizations that I'm associated with. So having said that, let's start with the talk. So the first thing when we hear of Atmanirbhar Bharat, in everyone's mind, it produces different dreams, different visions. So in this particular talk, I would like to focus on the recent achievements by India that have made it Atmanirbhar in the field of financial infrastructure and payments specifically. So the first question that may come to the mind of people is, why is financial infrastructure or digital infrastructure in general important? So in today's modern economy, I can safely say that digital infrastructure is as critical, if not more critical, than the physical infrastructure. तो आप लोग में से आज कितने लोग WhatsApp पे बात करते हैं versus लैंडलाइन या पोस्ट के थ्रू? The next generation of all services, government services, or even services by private companies, are all being delivered over this digital infrastructure. And payments and financial infrastructure is one of the key components of this digital infrastructure. So in my talk, I would like to present the two key innovations done by the National Payments Corporation of India that have made India Atmanirbhar in this space. Namely, they are RuPay and UPI. So starting with RuPay, the first thing to understand before we go into RuPay and what it does, the first milestone that happened was the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. This was announced on our Independence Day in 2014 by our Prime Minister to foster financial inclusion. इसका मतलब क्या है? What the Prime Minister wanted was financial accounts, banking services for all of our citizens. At that point, you have to understand, bank accounts were not as ubiquitous. More than 55 crore people were unbanked in 2011. That is a huge percentage of our population, more than 50% at the time. And the primary reason for that was banking services were not very cheap to deliver to this to a large portion of the Indian society. And what followed next after the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana was announced was nothing short of revolutionary. So, like I said, more than 55 crore Indians were unbanked. At the end of 2015, that is only 1 year after the announcement of Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, that number went down to 23 crores. more than, as of date, more than about 45 crore beneficiaries have been added to the banking system, with a number that is 1.65 lakh crore balance of these accounts, or $22.5 billion. So how did this happen, and what was RuPay's role in this? So to understand this, we have to understand the critical challenges that needed to be overcome. So when you want to deliver financial services to rural areas or remote areas, the biggest issue is the cost of providing these. The debit card, the ATM, the branch infrastructure, check issuance. And the existing players in the market were not really providing those services. For example, Visa and MasterCard did not have customized products for Indian farmers. And on top of that, even the services that were provided by Visa and MasterCard had very high costs. So for example, the Visa and MasterCard had only tied up with 55 banks, and their networks charged 1 to 3% for credit card transactions, which is known as the merchant discount rate. Very simply, merchant discount rate का मतलब क्या है? अगर एक merchant ने ₹1000 का transaction लिया from a customer और उसे 3% MDR लगा, तो that means he will net 970 rupees. Now this 3% may not seem like a huge amount, but you should consider that most businesses, kiranas, electrical shops, etc. in India have profit margins anywhere from 10 to 30%. So this 3% amount reflects more than 30% to sometimes more than 30% of the transaction of the profit margin of the vendor. And it was no surprise that the adoption of payment services like of Visa and MasterCard was not happening across the country. So here comes in RuPay. RuPay was the payment service that was launched by NPCI. This was actually launched in March 2012, even before the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, but it was the key enabler that allowed us to actually go ahead with the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. And I'll explain how. So payments processing is a very complicated pipeline. There are multiple steps when a customer transacts, and it goes through the merchant's bank and the consumer's bank. But the bridge between them is this card network or payment processor. And at the time, this was dominant in India. The primary players in this space were Visa and MasterCard. After RuPay was announced, new cards for RuPay were issued to account holders under the Jan Dhan Yojana. And to promote the usage of these cards, what the government did was they initially kept MDR, which was the merchant discount rate that we talked about earlier, flat at 90 paise versus the 1 to 3% for credit cards under Visa and MasterCard. And the government, to encourage further adoption, as of January 1, 2020, abolished MDR altogether on RuPay transactions. So what has this led to? Right now, prior to 2012, from a 0% market share, RuPay today has over 60% market share of total number of cards issued in India. And more than 30 crore of the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana account beneficiaries have a RuPay account debit card. So that is a huge milestone. And you can see the adoption rates, both at point of service, that is when you do a physical transaction, and in e-commerce. RuPay provided the rails on which these transactions could occur. But this was not the end of the story. Building an alternative to Visa and MasterCard was not sufficient. We talked about having products specifically for the Indian needs, and RuPay has continued the innovation with that. They have specific products such as the Mudra card for merchants to handle working capital payments. Kisan credit card is specifically targeted to give Kisan, the farmers of India, credit. And also, a lot of these cards come with life insurance that is very critical especially in rural communities. So that was RuPay. The second innovation I would like to talk about is UPI. I think most people in this room would be familiar with UPI or might have used UPI in some form or the other. So what is UPI? UPI stands for Unified Payments Interface, and it's a mobile-first, instant, real-time payment system facilitating peer-to-peer, matlab person-to-person, and peer-to-merchant, like paying for commercial transactions. This was built on top of existing infrastructure, IMPS, and is 24/7 available. Matlab, there is no such thing as bank band hai to UPI transaction nahi hoga. And this was announced after the success of RuPay. So this was announced in 2016 and has grown to now be bigger than even RuPay. It has the highest market share in India's payments transaction. So the question that comes to mind is, if UPI was built on top of IMPS, what was the key innovation there? Why did it become so big? Why does it have a greater market share than RuPay? So there are two major reasons in my mind for this adoption of UPI. Yes. So the first innovation of UPI was like prior to UPI, even in the IMPS system, अगर आपको किसी को पैसा भेजना था, तो you would have to know their account number, account type, bank name, IFSC code. उसके बाद आप उसको अकाउंट में पैसे भेज सकते थे. And sharing this was tedious. आप अपना बैंक अकाउंट लोगों के साथ शेयर नहीं करना चाहेंगे. यूपीआई का की इनोवेशन था कि उसने मोबाइल नंबर से लिंक कर दिया आपके ये सारा इंफॉर्मेशन और उसको सिक्योरली स्टोर किया in the government server. So as a consumer, when I want to send someone money, I just need to know their number, like mobile number or UPI ID, Aadhaar number, and then I can send them the money. But this was not all. The second biggest innovation that UPI did, and it's really commendable on part of NPCI, was collaboration with third-party apps to drive adoption. So I've added two charts here. As you can see, UPI was launched in 2016, but the real adoption only started once the third-party apps started developing on the UPI platform. So this is when like Google Pay was launched, the previous version of Google Pay. And you can also look at the market share of the different UPI payments apps. You must all be familiar with Google Pay, Phone Pay, Paytm. the interesting thing to consider here is none of the banks or even the government app like Bheem is more than 2% of the total value. So the part of like the private sector, especially like the third-party apps, has been critical to drive adoption here. And like I said, UPI is now the market leader. So in terms of payments volume, like which includes cards as well, UPI has a 61% market share. So you can think of 60% market share with UPI. In the rest, 40%, the card market. Again, RuPay is 60% of the cards issued and a substantial portion of the volume. This is the trend line growth of UPI transactions in India by month. There was a short dip during the pandemic. We all know why. And it has continued its trajectory upwards. One thing that makes me really proud about a system such as UPI is how truly world-class it is in nature. Sometimes we don't even realize this. So, believe it or not, the world's leading economy, US, where I live, does not have an instant payments service like UPI. Google, who was one of the primary players in the third-party app space for UPI, officially recommended to the US Federal Reserve that US build a UPI-like platform. So this makes me very proud to say that India, with this innovation, has even leapfrogged the largest economy in the world. So I told you about RuPay and UPI, but what was the impact of all of these on the lives of ordinary, everyday Indians? So the first thing, the key thing was Atmanirbharta. We started this talk with saying we want to discuss about Atmanirbhar Bharat. And right now, this is actually true for our payments system. Right now, given the prevalence of UPI and RuPay, अगर आज MasterCard, Visa, or if other foreign financial like Amex चले भी जाते हैं, India can easily survive, and not only survive, thrive. This was not the case 2011 onward. के पहले. We were critically dependent on these networks to do commerce transactions. A large percentage of these were happening on their networks. And जैसे अभी आप लोग को पता है, when there's a time of crisis, for example, now Russia is being sidelined by the Western countries, and their access to financial infrastructure is being curbed. So India should never be in such a position, and having Atmanirbharta in the payment space ensures that the economy will keep running with or without external support. The second thing is the impact on commerce. I'm sure you all must have experienced this, but commerce in India, especially in the payment part, has changed a lot. Now, more people are banked than at any other time in the history of our country. And India is slowly but surely transitioning towards a fully cashless economy. Right now, the RBI estimates 25% of commercial transactions, like merchant transactions, are done digitally. And RBI estimates this will be about $1 trillion by 2023. And this is a big number considering the size of India's economy. And there have been many different products developed to on top of these innovations. For example, like companies are providing credit on top of UPI by offering like sales linked credit lines. And this is all possible because the payments are digitized, sales are digitized, the records are available. The third, and I think the most important impact on the third and the most important impact in my mind is the financial inclusion portion of it. Today, like I mentioned, more people are banked than at any time in our history. And under the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, more than 50% of the new accounts were actually opened by rural women who have now access to the banking services credit to grow their businesses, their work, provide livelihood for their families. In short, it is not a small achievement what India has done in the last 7 to 8 years. But we must look ahead and make sure that we are building on top of these innovations and staying ahead. So what are the biggest challenges that we are facing in this system currently? I mentioned the government abolished merchant discount rate on RuPay as well as UPI transactions in 2020. Has this been positive? It's not really clear because अगर आप सोचेंगे तो कोई भी सर्विस देने के लिए the companies need to earn. But अगर आपने 0% merchant discount rate दिया है, like that means if I pay the merchant, the merchant is paying nothing, the consumer is paying nothing. So how are the payment processors going to make money? And that is a critical challenge in the current payment system that the government needs to address. For now, अभी तक तो government ने क्या बोला कि हम 1300 करोड़ reimburse करेंगे to payment providers. Sorry. अभी तक तो government ने बोला कि we will reimburse 1300 करोड़ to for the losses that the payment processors are taking due to UPI and RuPay debit card transactions. But is this sustainable? अभी आप देखेंगे तो मार्केट में UPI पेमेंट प्रोसेसर्स में मोस्टली फॉरेन प्लेयर्स हैं जिनके पास डीप पॉकेट्स हैं और वो सब्सिडाइज कर सकते हैं और वो और कुछ ही तरीके से पैसे कमा सकते हैं. Even the RBI estimates that removing the MDR has been a net negative on the ecosystem. So we must think about the sustainability of these payment systems and how they will grow and thrive and more innovation will be built on top of it. 0% MDR may not be the answer to it. The other big challenge that India might face right now is pushback from the foreign competitors. So while RuPay has gained, Visa, MasterCard, and other companies have lost market share. And they have started to now complain to the US government, which is taking it up with the International Trade Organization. And this is something that we as a country will have to negotiate and figure out a solution to. But looking ahead, there are many positives too. It makes me proud to say that the NPCI has formed a subsidiary called the NPCI International Payments Limited and has established partnerships to grow UPI and RuPay outside of India. So in countries like UAE, Singapore, Malaysia, Bhutan, we will be exporting these innovations. And for the first time, we will not be importing financial services, but exporting them. So this is a huge, huge milestone and will only happen if we address the challenges and make a sustainable system. So yeah, that's my presentation. I'd love to open it up to any questions or comments from the audience.
Is there any questions from the participants? They can send their questions in the chat box.
Yeah.
So we think there is no question from the participant because you have explained the topic in a very lucid and simple manner. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your profound knowledge with us. Your session was really full of real and valuable information. Thank you once again. Let me now introduce and welcome our chairperson of this technical session of Day 2 of International Conference, Mr. Sachin Pandit, sir.
Thanks a lot. Good morning, everyone.
BE Computer Engineering in year 1994 and MBA in IT from Nagpur University. He is the co-founder of Virtual Galaxy Infotech Private Limited. He has more than 24 years of experience in the IT industry. Sir is associated with various renowned companies. He is Managing Director of Business Development Management at Virtual Galaxy Infotech Private Limited and Paynex Private Limited. He is Director at Step Fund Private Limited. He is also Managing Director at Virtual Galaxy Insurance Broker Infotech Private Limited, Sampada Info Solutions Private Limited, and Quintech Corps Private Limited. He has thorough knowledge of system management, database design, web and cloud application, digital payment, 3-tier and tier architectures, etc. He is an experienced, successful first-generation entrepreneur, operator, and investor uniquely combined with recognized sales and marketing skills, as well as strategic mergers and acquisition strengths. In short, we can say Sir is the walking encyclopedia of the IT industry or sector. So here I invite Mr. Sachin Pandit, sir, to chair the session and give his comments on the technical session. Mr. Sanjay, sir. Sachin,
Hello.
sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, respected dignitaries on this virtual dais and young chief guest and very knowledgeable Mr. Deepak Menghani ji, who has given enlightening, in-depth detail regarding the two innovative products which has been launched by NPCI and how it is helping India to become Atmanirbhar in payment. He has explained very well, and most of the session which has been very interactive and self-explanatory, how the overall RuPay and this UPI is helping in general society to become Atmanirbhar in payment, particularly by using this digital platform, which is a need of the country. And to begin with, I would like to thanks everyone that they have invited me and just to have a word with you regarding this wonderful session. I just want to have a few comments and to put my views, where the Deepak ji has explained you a lot about the two products which has been specifically invented, rather pushed very well in the society or in Indian market. The one is RuPay, which he has explained. Hello, everybody is getting my voice clear? Hello?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thanks a lot, because the screen was not at all visible to me. Sorry for that. Yeah. So, to explain a little bit about our activities which we are dealing with this NPCI and other card networks. Basically, we have a interface kind of initial experience with us while we are providing core banking solution to our customers, basically the cooperative banks and various district central cooperative bank and state cooperative banks, where the customers which are basically from the rural area and semi-urban areas, which are even not having the access of cards which are basically offered by the Visa or MasterCard, and they would like to offer such card-based payment solution to these customers. This what NPCI offer is basically a solution to these banks through which they actually be able to offer these solution, the card payment system, through which they can either withdraw the payment from any of the ATMs available nearby a place, or even by some micro ATM kind of facility where the POS machines are available and they are withdrawing for micro activity. Apart from that, through card, they will be able to make certain payments to the merchants, which are basically the shopkeepers who are having the POS machines in their shops. So that was the advantage. Now we did what? We actually created interface, which is basically the API, which is connected between the cooperative bank and the card network, here in this case NPCI for RuPay. What is the advantage? Is when we connect this, all the account holders get connected to NPCI network, and that is called National Financial Switch, NFS, through which all other bank ATM network is ultimately get visible and accessible to them. Hello, yeah. So because of this, major portion of our society get connected to the card system, which is RuPay. Of course, initially this API is basically on the specific protocol called 8385 financial protocol, which is very secure, and people started using it. This is one important aspect which NPCI has offered. Now, second, where the other portion which we tried, like we started our company in the Mumbai side, where we take some technical team with us. We have our own team. We merged them together and created a switch, which is again a Atmanirbhar switch from our side, because earlier the switch is a software, frankly speaking. This software is basically to connect the payee and payer with various card networks, right? तो ये सॉफ्टवेयर जो है उसको स्विच सॉफ्टवेयर बोलते हैं. वो सॉफ्टवेयर हमने बनाया और उसके कारण हम वीजा, मास्टर कार्ड, एमएक्स और इसके साथ साथ में जो रुपए है इसको भी हमने साथ में कनेक्ट किया. एडवांटेज ये हुआ कि सारे जितने जो कार्ड को एक्सेस करने के लिए अलग अलग बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां हैं जिनके पास में ये पॉज मशीन्स का एक नेटवर्क था, जिसमें आप पाइन लैब देखोगे या रैपी पे है, या जिनके पास में पेमेंट गेटवे भी आपने अगर लोगों ने देखा होगा कि जो आप उससे कार्ड का डिटेल डालते हो और पेमेंट होता है, तो बैकएंड में जो प्रोसेसिंग और उसका रिकंसिलिएशन और ट्रांजैक्शन फुलफिलमेंट होता है उसका एक सॉफ्टवेयर होता है, उसको कहते हैं स्विच. वो स्विच हमने डेवलप किया और वो स्विच से हमने ज्यादातर जो सर्विस है उसके लिए कुछ एक कार्ड नेटवर्क वाले से आपको वो स्विच को सर्टिफाई करना पड़ता है, वो किया. और बाद में ये जो पर्टिकुलरली ट्रांजेक्शन जो है वो उसके ऊपर से ट्रांजेक्शन जो है उसका काउंट उसके ऊपर आने लग गया, जिसमें कि हमने जैसा बताया आपको कि रुपए का कार्ड हो या वीजा का कार्ड हो, मास्टर का कार्ड हो, कोई भी कार्ड से अगर कोई स्वाइप करता है तो उसका ट्रांजेक्शन वो कार्ड नेटवर्क से जाके ऑथेंटिक है कि नहीं है वो चेक होके वो कंप्लीट होगा, या अगर फेल ओवर होता है उसमें तो उसका चार्जबैक का कैलकुलेशन का वर्किंग भी उसमें होता है। अब ये एडवांटेज इस चीज का, जैसा हम एक थर्ड पार्टी प्लेयर है, ऐसे बहुत सारे हैं, ये इकोसिस्टम को बढ़ाने में मदद कर रहे हैं। और जैसा मेघानी जी ने बोला कि इसके कारण जैसे हमारे स्विच पे आज रैपी पे हुआ, या फिर जो पाइन लैब का आपने देखा होगा काफी बड़ा नेटवर्क है, तो इनके टर्मिनल से होने वाले कार्ड के ट्रांजेक्शन सारे ये स्विच के कारण कंप्लीट हो रहे हैं। ऐसे और भी मल्टीपल स्विच वेंडर्स अवेलेबल है जो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स है, और वो इस इकोसिस्टम को बिल्डअप करने में काफी हेल्प कर रहे हैं। अभी एडवांटेज में मैं बोलूंगा कि जो रुपे कार्ड आया और एनपी से आया, उसके कारण आम जनता में से जो कार्ड होल्डर नहीं थे उनको ये कार्ड मिलने लग गया। जीरो एमडीआर के कारण जो छोटे बड़े दुकानदार थे, जिसके अंदर, या आप ज्वेलर की शॉप देख लो, पहले कोई कार्ड लेके जाता था ज्वेलरी के पास तो ज्वेलर वाला बोलता था कि भाई ये तो मैं स्वाइप नहीं करूंगा, इसके ऊपर तो मुझे 2% का कट जाता है अगर क्रेडिट कार्ड है, या फिर अगर डेबिट कार्ड भी, जैसा इन्होंने बोला कि 0.9 का एक एमडीआर था, एमडीआर यानी वही मर्चेंट डिस्काउंट रेट। तो अगर 10,000 का कोई खरीदना चाहता है उसके पास से माल, तो उसको 10,000 न मिलते हुए फाइनली उसको 90 रुपए कम मिलते थे। अब वो जीरो एबॉलिश होने से वो एक्सेप्टेंस तो बढ़ गया, लेकिन जो बीच में इन्होंने जो पर्टिकुलरली आप लोगों को लास्ट में बोला है कि भाई इसमें सर्विस देने वाले जो लोग हैं उनको उसमें से अर्निंग नहीं बच रही, तो वो सॉर्ट आउट करने का भी प्रयास गवर्नमेंट का सब्सिडाइज करके या और कोई तरीके से चल रहा है। बट इकोसिस्टम बढ़ने में तो ये फिलहाल जीरो वाला जो है वो काफी हेल्प कर रहा है, क्योंकि काफी सारे दुकानदार है जो इसको एडॉप्ट इसीलिए कर रहे हैं कि जब वो पैसा रिसीव करते हैं तो उनको एक्स्ट्रा कोई चार्ज नहीं लगता, तो डिजिटल रिकॉर्डिंग भी हो रहा है और पेमेंट में कैश का मूवमेंट भी कम हो रहा है, और आपको उतनी कैश कैरी करने की जरूरत नहीं, सिक्योर्ड पेमेंट है। ये एक रुपए का एक एडवांटेज आप देखो कि जो मेघा जी ये दीपक जी ने बताया, और वो काफी बड़े पैमाने पे फेमस भी हुआ। उसमें कुछ अच्छी यूज उन्होंने जो बोले वो जस्ट मैं हाईलाइट करना चाहूंगा। जो केसीसी किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड है वो काफी सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट सेंट्रल कोऑपरेटिव बैंक्स के थ्रू मोस्टली बहुत सारे जो कस्टमर्स है वो किसान है उनको इशू किए गए हैं, और उनका जो एक क्रेडिट लाइन है किसान क्रेडिट जो 50,000 से लेके अभी बढ़ा के 3 लाख तक की गई है, तो 3 लाख तक का उनको जो लोन है वो मिला हुआ रहता है, और उसमें एक ही कार्ड से वो लोग पेमेंट करके कहीं से कृषि केंद्र से अपना परचेस करके इमीडिएट नीड जो है सीड्स खरीदना या और कुछ वो कंप्लीट कर सकते हैं। इसके अलावा अभी जो जनरल बाकी वीजा या मास्टर कार्ड से ही क्रेडिट कार्ड इशू होते थे, वहां पे भी अभी रुपे ने क्रेडिट कार्ड भी खुद का कुछ बैंकों के साथ मिलकर लॉन्च किया है, तो वो भी एक एडवांटेज में आई वुड लाइक टू शेयर कि वो एक बेनिफिट किया गया है। और ये टॉप ऑफ दैट अभी, और इसके अलावा जो रुपे कार्ड है वो इंटरनेशनली कैसे, जैसा चाइना का एक पे यूनियन का कार्ड था तो उन्होंने उसको प्रमोट किया बाकी कंट्रीज में, वैसा डिस्कवर या कोई एक कंपनी है या इन्होंने भी ऐसा कुछ, ये जो NIPL बोला है वो यूपीआई में कुछ डिस्कवर या कोई कंपनी है उसके थ्रू शायद हमने भी ये पर्टिकुलरली जो रुपे कार्ड है उसको लॉन्च किया है दुबई में, और वहां पे अगर आप रुपे कार्ड लेके जाते हो तो यू कैन स्टिल परचेस एंड देन दैट इंटरनेशनल पेमेंट विल बी पेड प्रॉपरली, उसका डिफरेंस वगैरह लेके। तो ये सारी अरेंजमेंट अभी हमने एक जगह की है तो मल्टीपल कंट्रीज में भी वो एक्सप्लोर होंगी, तो ये इंटरनेशनल भी हम हो रहे हैं, तो आत्मनिर्भर तो हो ही रहे, और अगर बाहर जाते तो वो वहाँ की कंट्रीज के साथ में भी इसका लिंकिंग हो रहा है, ये एक बड़ी बात है। दूसरा मैं इसमें यूपीआई की तरफ आना चाहूंगा, जिसमें इन्होंने अच्छा एक बताया कि जिस प्रकार से गूगल जो जहाँ ये काम कर रहे हैं, या फिर पेटीएम है, या फिर इवन व्हाट्सएप ने भी बीच में इसका कंसिडर किया है कि भाई उसमें से भी वो पेमेंट करेंगे। तो ये थर्ड पार्टी पीएसपी एप्स टाइप की जो ऐप है, जिससे पीयर टू पीयर का ट्रांजेक्शन एक पर्सन दूसरे पर्सन को विदाउट कोई बीच में ऐसा कोई अलग ये न रहते हुए ट्रांजेक्शन हो पा रहा है, वो काफी बढ़ चुका है। जिसमें आपका ये आत्मनिर्भरता इसलिए आई है कि इस टाइप की सिस्टम बाकी देश में भी नहीं है। जो उन्होंने बताया कि खुद गूगल ने वहां के रिकमेंड किया है यूएस फेडरल को कि ये टाइप का प्लेटफॉर्म अपने देश में चाहिए। तो ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है अपने देश के लिए। और आदरणीय मोदी जी पंतप्रधान साहब ने बोला था कि भाई एवरीवन कैन नॉट फॉट वॉर बाय सिटिंग ऑन द बॉर्डर, however you can still fight the war by avoiding our payment to go outside for most of the services which we ourselves can create। तो ये डिजिटल इकोसिस्टम, पेमेंट की सिस्टम अपने यहाँ क्रिएट करके यूपीआई की और रुपे कार्ड की, हमने जो ट्रांजैक्शन पे या जो एमडीआर था उसमें से जो पैसा बाहर जाता था और साथ में डेटा भी जाता था कि हम किस टाइप से पेमेंट कर रहे हैं, कौन सा कैसा बिहेवियर, क्या क्या परचेस कर रहा है, ये सारा डेटा पहले वो सर्वर पे जाता था दूसरों के, और उससे उनको पता चलता था किसकी पेइंग कैपेसिटी क्या है, और ज्यादातर एड्स वैसी पुश होती थी। अभी वो सारा सबको बोला गया है कि डेटा जो है वही रखना चाहिए इंडिया में, और जो ट्रांजेक्शन्स है वो सारे अपने यहाँ पे रिकॉर्डेड रहते हैं। और दूसरा एडवांटेज ये है कि ये सीमलेस इंटीग्रेशन सारे टाइप के होने के कारण इसमें आप देखोगे कि छोटे से छोटा तबका जो है वो डिजिटल पेमेंट के अंदर आ रहा है। तो ओवरऑल सोसाइटी में जो ट्रिलियन का जो कह रहे हैं कि ट्रांजैक्शन जाएगा, जैसा मेघा जी ने, अपना दीपक जी ने बोला, वहां तक पहुंचने का चांस तो डेफिनेटली और एक्सपोनेंशियल ग्रोथ है। अगर आप उनका ग्राफ देखेंगे जो उन्होंने दिखाया था, एक्सपोनेंशियल एडॉप्शन है। अभी कुछ ऐसा तबका भी है, ऐसे कुछ लोग हैं जो ये स्मार्टफोन और बाकी चीजें हमारे पास में, उनके पास अगर आप देखोगे तो अवेलेबल नहीं है। उसमें शायद पहले एनपीसी यानी यूएसएसडी टाइप का एक निकाला था, उतना वो फेमस नहीं हुआ, बट अभी 1 to 3 यूपीआई पे टाइप का एक उन्होंने फैसिलिटी दिया हुआ है, जिसके अंदर अगर आपके पास इंटरनेट ना हो और फिर भी आप कुछ आईवीआर सिस्टम या ऐसा कुछ उसमें फैसिलिटी लेके आप पेमेंट इमीडिएट कर सकते हो। एक वो एडवांटेज वहां पे दिया गया है। और यूपीआई को और रुपए में भी कुछ ऐसी भी सर्विसेज दिए हैं कि जहां इंटरनेट कनेक्शन नहीं है, क्योंकि आत्मनिर्भरता में एक थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम ये भी चल रहा है कि हर जगह पे आपको इंटरनेट कनेक्शन अवेलेबिलिटी का फिलहाल तो भी प्रॉब्लम है। तो उसमें भी सरकार जो करते जा रही है कि भाई वहां पे कुछ पर्टिकुलर ट्रांजेक्शन अगर आप पॉज मशीन पे करते हो 200 या 300 रुपए का कार्ड से रुपए से, तो वो उस वक्त शायद वो रिकॉर्ड हो जाए और बाद में वो जब लिंक आती है तो वो एडजस्ट हो जाए। इसकी टेक्नोलॉजी को वैसी डेवलप करके उसको लॉन्च किया गया है, जिसके कारण पेमेंट उस वक्त फेल होने के या जो संभावना है वो काफी कम हो गई है। तो ये एक अच्छा गवर्नमेंट ने इनिशिएटिव लिया है। सेकेंडली, इंटरनेशनल साइड में जाने के लिए यूपीआई में भी गवर्नमेंट ने, जैसा एनआईपीएल जो मेघानी जी ने जो बताया कि एनआईपीएल जो एक संस्था फॉर्म की है और इसके थ्रू अलग अलग देशों के साथ उनके नेटवर्क के साथ जुड़ के ये ट्रांजैक्शंस आगे बढ़ाने जा रहे हैं। उसमें नेपाल के साथ में हमने ये काम करके, शायद इंडिया की बेंगलोर की कोई मान करके कंपनी है जिसने ये डेवलप किया, और साथ में वहाँ का एक जीपीएस करके कंपनी है, दोनों ने मिलकर ये लॉन्च किया और नेपाल में अभी यूपीआई से पेमेंट होना शुरू हुआ है। तो एक बड़ी अच्छी चीज जो वहाँ हुई है, तो अदर सार्क कंट्रीज और बाकी के कंट्रीज में यूएई वगैरह जो फ्रेंडली कंट्रीज है वहाँ पे भी हमें वो देखने को जल्द ही मिल जाएगा। अब इसमें एक ही जो चैलेंज उन्होंने बताया उसके ऊपर गवर्नमेंट कैसा वर्कआउट करती है, वो एक बहुत बड़ा मतलब माइलस्टोन होगा हमें इंटरनेशनल जाने के लिए। वो है कि इसमें जो बीच में सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स है उनका क्या एडजस्ट हो, जो विन विन सिचुएशन सारे इकोसिस्टम को क्रिएट करे। एक बार वो हो जाए तो हम वर्ल्ड में सारी जगह इस पर्टिकुलर, बिकॉज इट इज इनोवेशन फ्रॉम इंडिया, वी कैन एक्सपोर्ट द आइडिया बिहाइंड दिस विच यू हैव टोल्ड इज डेफिनेटली पॉसिबल। और वो उसके ऊपर शायद एक बार एडॉप्शन अपने यहाँ परफेक्ट हो गया तो गवर्नमेंट उसके ऊपर स्टेप लेके या तो थोड़ा बहुत कुछ एमडीआर या और कोई तरीके से उसको निकाल के सारे जग में इसको हम एक्सपोर्ट कर पाएंगे फाइनेंशियल पेमेंट सिस्टम को। और वही हम चाहते कि आत्मनिर्भरता तो हो बट बाकी लोगों की भी निर्भरता इसके ऊपर बनाए और अपने देश का जो सम्मान है वो बढ़ाए और उससे कुछ ना कुछ हर कोई प्लेयर जो टेक्नोलॉजी में अपने देश में काम कर रहा है उसको भी उसका फायदा मिले। तो आपने बड़ा अच्छा सेशन रखा और उसमें दीपक जी ने बहुत डेप्थ में अच्छा इसमें ज्ञान जो है वो सारे लोगों को दिया, उसके लिए मैं उनको काफी धन्यवाद देता हूँ। और अच्छा लगा मुझे यहाँ आके और आपने मुझे बुलाया और सबके साथ में मैं ये डाय शेयर कर पाया, उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और इसी शब्द के मैं अपने शब्दों को विराम देता हूँ। Thanks a lot for everyone and all dignitaries. Thanks.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session and sharing reflective knowledge with us. Now I call upon Dr. Anushri Mahajan ma'am for proposing vote of thanks for this session.
Thank you, sir. A very good morning to all. I am Anushri Bharat, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, and it's my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this session on behalf of our college, Dr. Ramchandra Sindhu. At the outset, I would like to thank our resource person, Mr. Deepak Meghani sir. Sir, please accept our sincere gratitude and appreciation for the outstanding presentation you made on the very current and relevant topic, contribution of UPI and RuPay in making India self-reliant. Words are not enough to thank you, sir, for this interesting and informative session. We wish you join us again in future also. I extend my deepest sense of gratitude to our Honorable Chairperson of this session, Sri Sachin Pandey sir, for his insightful words. Sir, your comments were especially helpful to those doing research in this field. Thank you so much, sir, for sparing your valuable time for this session. Here at this juncture, I would also like to thank once again to all our participants, the honored faculty members and research scholars from different institutions for joining this session. Thanks again for a truly memorable session of the second day. Please stay tuned for the rest of the conference. This session will be followed by paper presentation session. I have already shared the list of persons who are participants who are sharing the presenting the paper on the WhatsApp group. Thank you so much. Thank you once again. Hello. We'll resume after a break of 10 minutes. That will be the paper presentation session. And as I've already told, I've shared the list of participants who are going to present the paper, and that is the sequence also. So please be prepared in that sequence for sharing the papers, for presenting the papers. Thank you. welcome you all to a 2 days international conference on Self-Reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, building competitiveness through global collaboration. We are excited to have an overwhelming response from you all, both online and offline. Now we are here in the paper presentation session on day 2. We are honored to have Dr. Praveen Masood sir with us today as the chairperson of this session. I request our Vice Principal and convener of the conference, Dr. Satish Tiwari sir, to welcome Masood sir. Thank you, sir. बातों में क्या चेहरे पे मुस्कान जी हाँ ऐसे ही हैं हमारे आज के मेहमान so I call upon my colleague Dr. Rima Kamlani Madam to introduce our distinguished guest.
Thank you, ma'am. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce our speaker today, who is going to chair this paper presentation session, Dr. Praveen Masood. He is currently working as Associate Professor at Tirupudi Institute of Management Education, Nagpur. He has done BE Electronics, BA Marketing and Production, PhD, PG Diploma in Marketing and Sales Management from Bharat 1992, PG Diploma in EDAP and Computer Management from Bharat 1996. Sir is presently involved in teaching subjects like strategy, production, operations, applied operation research, supply chain management, strategic management, and management information system, business analyst, etc. to postgraduate management students. Sir is an approved PhD guide for RTM in Nagpur University and also for Sri Jagdish Prasad Sabharwal Tribhuwala University. Sir holds various key positions. He is the head placement and training and entrepreneurship cell. He involved in research and administration activities. He is the member of the core committee of NAC in the first cycle and in charge of NAC in the second cycle. Sir is editor for biannual National Management and Journal, Apotheosis. Sir is organizing secretary for international conference organized in the institute. He is involved in various universities assignments also. He has published 3 books and more than 23 research papers in national and international journals. He is actively involved as a trainer or management consultant in different reputed organizations.
With the permission of sir, I would like to begin with the paper presentations. Thanks. Before we begin, I have a few housekeeping notes. Please note down. Each presenter in this session will be given a time of total 7 minutes, out of which 5 minutes will be for presentation and the remaining 2 minutes will be for questions, either from the participants and from the chairperson also. All speakers will give introduction, this is the name and the name of the institution. After each presentation, there will be time of 2 to 3 minutes for the questions. And those who have any other questions for the presenters, they will raise their virtual hand and turn on their microphone and so that I can allow you to ask the question. General comments and reflections on the presentations can be typed in the chat box. And if any technical help is required, please contact our team. The numbers are already provided to you all. So now let's welcome our first presenter. He is Dr. N.V. Surendra. Dr. Surendra sir, are you ready with your presentation? this is also the sequence. First presentation will come from Dr. L.V. Surendra. Second one will come from Ms. Atima Jain. Third one, Mr. Srinivas. Fourth, Dr. Seema Achbilla. Fifth, Dimple Juneja. Sixth, Ms. Diksha Niveshwari. Seventh, Vishranti Rao. And eighth one, Neetu Lalwani. Please be prepared in the same sequence. First on the list is Dr. N.V. Surendra. Dr. N.V. Surendra. If there is any delay due to technical issues, shall we take the next participant? Please type in the chat box, sir. Surendra, sir. Please drop a message in the chat box whether there is any technical difficulty. The next presenter on the list is Ms. Atima Jain. Atima, madam, are you ready with the presentation? You can also message on the WhatsApp group whether there is any difficulty. Ms. Atima Jain, can you hear me? Are you ready with the presentation?
Hello, good morning, ma'am. Am I audible to you? Am I audible?
Alina has joined us.
Yeah, so I'll be starting with my presentation. I'm currently sharing my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So a very good morning to one and all present here, to all the dignitaries, to the professors and my fellow research scholars. So my name is Adema Jain and I am a research scholar. I am from Dayalbagh Institute, Dayalbagh Educational Institute. I am currently pursuing my PhD. So today I am here to present my research paper, which is entitled as Vocational and Skill-Based Education, a Catalyst for Atmanirbhar Bharat Mission. Introduction. As the world is transforming and is progressively moving towards, with these advancements taking place, an immense demand for a skilled workforce with multidisciplinary abilities across sciences, social sciences, and humanities will arise globally. As Praveen sir, in yesterday's session, Professor Praveen Saxena showed us that Indian skills and innovations are not new to the world. Glimpse of in ancient Indian sculptures and other crafts are quite evident from the archaeological remains of ancient Indian history. The Indian talent pool has steadily ascended through the ranks of global corporations. According to the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, India is the world's largest provider of talent, with around 17.5 million Indians living in various regions around the globe. The said upsurge in our demand worldwide calls for a robust and holistic transformation in our educational system. As quoted by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, the more we give importance to skill development, the more competent will be our youth. So, the focus shall now be shifted towards vocational and skill-based education so as to substitute the current demand and further contribute to generating a self-sufficient, self-reliant nation. Further, the objectives of the study are to prospect the role of vocational and skill-based education in making the youth of India Atmanirbhar, to propose suggestions to enhance vocational and skill-based education and further contribute to Atmanirbhar Bharat. To look into the prospects of vocational and skill-based education under the Indian education system and to make the youth of India Atmanirbhar to achieve Atmanirbhar Bharat, the present study classifies education in India into 3 phases. The first phase is of school education. Under this, we are looking into the prospects of skilling at school level in India. Second one goes for the higher education, in which we are looking into the prospects of skilling under higher education in India. Third one is the global outlook. We will be looking into the global perspective for education and skill development. So starting with the first one, which is skilling under school education. According to reports, over 85% of a child's cumulative brain development occurs before the age of 6, emphasizing the crucial need of proper brain care and stimulation in the early years to maintain healthy brain development and growth. The formation of a healthy mind is supported and encouraged through elementary education at home and in schools. The NEP 2020 envisions that learning should be holistic, integrated, enjoyable, and engaging. It emphasizes the importance of vocational studies in school. Earlier, vocational education and training was not clearly emphasized at the school level. So the new advancement is that the NEP 2020 has urged to the demand and has inculcated the vocational and skill-based education from the very beginning for the learners. So here are the key highlights from the NEP 2020, which regards to skill development and skill-based education under the school level. So school curriculum will be replaced with a 5+3+3+4 curriculum structure corresponding to the ages 3 to 8, then 8 to 11, then 11 to 14, and then 14 to 18 years respectively, with an emphasis on early childhood and education. So in the diagram as it is there, the previous academic structure and the new pedagogical and circular structure. So earlier, the classes used to start from the age of 6. The classes used to start from the age of 6, but now they have inculcated the classes from the 3 years onward. They have included the students from 3 to 6 years, and that is their foundational level. So their foundational level now constitutes for 3 to 8 years of age. Then further preparatory, which is from 3 to 5, class 3 to 5, ages 8 to 11. Then class 6 to 8, which is from for ages 11 to 14. Class 9 to 12, that is age 14 to 18. So the point to ponder here is that the students, the learners from the age of 3 to 6 are also now inculcated, and they will also be taught in the present curriculum. This will bring back the here to unaddressed school curriculum, which is widely acknowledged as a critical stage in child's mental development. As said earlier, the progress of a child starts from the very beginning. 85% of the brain starts from the very first initial phase of a learner's life. The school curricula and pedagogy will aim for holistic development of learners by equipping them with the key 21st century skills, reduction in curricular content to enhance essential learning and critical thinking, and greater focus on experiential learning. Students will increase flexibility and choice of subjects. There will be different combos that students could prefer as per their interests and abilities, and then further go on with their careers. There will be no fixed distinctions between art and science, curricular and extracurricular activities, or vocational and academic streams, giving students more flexibility in choice of subjects. Internships will be included in vocational education, which will begin in the 6th grade onwards. So now from the 6th grade onwards, internships are proposed to be inculcated in the curriculum. So a clear focus has been envisaged over skill development through vocational education and training. Inculcating important skills in children from the very beginning will develop a sense of business and might lead to entrepreneurial actions leading India towards self-reliance. Coming to the second phase, which is skilling under higher education. Higher education in India can be traced back to the time when students used to seek knowledge from gurukuls or madrasas. The University Grant Commission is the primary governing authority at the tertiary level, enforcing its standards, advising the government, and assisting in coordination between the federal and state governments. In response to skilling, UGC, India's primary governing body, has launched a scheme for skill-based higher education as a part of college or university education, leading to a Bachelor of Vocation. Bachelor of Vocation degree, which is with lateral entry and multiple exit points at the diploma or advanced diploma level under NSQF, which is National Skills Qualification Framework. The BVOC program is aimed for universities and colleges that offer undergraduate programs that include specialized employment roles and their NOS, in addition to board-based general education. Other specific initiatives for skill development taken by UGC are Kushal, that is Knowledge Upgradation Centers for Skilled Human Action and Learning, Credit Framework for Skill Development-based vocational courses, development of modern curriculum of various trades for courses approved by NSQF under UGC. Apart from the above initiatives, new reforms regarding skilling in higher education are introduced in the National Education Policy 2020. Below are the key highlights. The policy envisions a broad-based, multidisciplinary, comprehensive undergraduate programs that includes flexible curriculum. As I said earlier, it includes flexible curriculum, unique topic combinations, vocational education integration, and numerous entry and exit points with proper certification. Undergraduate education can last 3 or 4 years with several departure alternatives and suitable certification available during the time. For example, after 1 year, learner will receive a certificate, an advanced diploma after 2 years, a bachelor degree after 3 years, and a bachelor's with research after 4 years. Since the government of India is in its action, compels all education institutes to incorporate vocational education into their offerings. Thus, it heralds the potential rapid rise of entrepreneurial actions leading India towards self-reliance. Coming out to the global outlook for skill development, we are living in a time when paradigms are altering. Technological, demographical, social, environmental, economic, and political upheavals are compelling to rethink how we educate our children. The focus is now to be shifted towards skill development to through vocational and skill-based education. Skills are progressively becoming the global currencies of economies in the 21st century. Okay, so looking into the global outlook, we come towards the SDG 4, which is for quality education. SDG is by 2030, the Global Education Development Strategy aims to provide inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, as stated in the Goal 4, SDG 4, which is the Sustainable Development Goal proposed, which India adopted in 2015 to fulfill all the important targets and goals of 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The entire educational system will need to be restructured to support and learning. In India, to promote sustainable development and help reducing the problems faced in society, corporate social responsibility is mandated by the Companies Act 2013 for large companies. The accomplishment of SDG 4 in India can thus be integrated with the CSR on education. In education, corporate social responsibility has always received the lion's share of money. For 3 decades, Indian corporations such as Mahindra and Mahindra are in education. The programs vary from vocational training for low-income children to allowing deserving students to pursue further education at prestigious universities to the world, as well as scholarships for exceptional students and Mahindra United World College in Pune. Likely, many companies have been contributing towards vocational and skill-based education.
Hello.
And it has always been a major source of funding for Indian education sector. But due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there is a bigger focus on health projects. Education sector, a key recipient of the CSR fund, software of 18% in financial year 21, the sector received the following. Okay, so since the time is up, I would take few more minutes and we'll go through my suggestions that I am suggesting.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the other delegates?
Okay, so my suggestions will be to enhance this. Am I allowed, ma'am? Can I take few more minutes? Hello?
Come to the conclusion.
Am I allowed? Can I take few more minutes to compel the topic?
Just come to the conclusion, madam.
So coming up to the suggestions, there needs to be a proper assessment model and a holistic evaluation system to map the skill gaps and bridge it with required skill sets. For this, funding will be required, which can be attracted from private players by linking CSR with the Skill India mission. Second, the higher educational institutions shall be encouraged to start industry-specific vocational courses and training programs through funding support by Government of India. Innovations and ideas should be encouraged from the school level itself. Industrial visits, internship programs shall be arranged by the schools. Now, finally coming to the conclusions. The vocational and skill-based education has a great potential of skilling the learners and enabling them to initiate new ventures and business endeavors. The set of vocational employability and entrepreneurial skills taught to them at various stages of education and training will turn the Indian youth from job seekers to potential job creators. Similarly, there will be a package culture. There will be a shift from package culture to the patent culture, as mentioned by a former Honorable Education Minister. So the vocational and skill-based education, instead of just being a catalyst, can definitely in future be a panacea for the Atmanirbhar Bharat mission. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Just a small note for the other participants. Please take due care of the time limitation because we have other sessions also and a lot of participants to present the papers also. So, any questions to Ms. Adima Jain from the participants? Or, sir, would you like to ask us something?
Hello.
Hello. Adima madam, can you hear me? Hello. Adima madam, can you hear me?
So now,
Hello.
Yes, sir, I am able to hear you, but very minimal voice is coming at my end. And also I'm not able
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, but still the voice is lagging.
Okay, your presentation was good. I mean, you were talking about the new education policy. I would like to ask you one simple question.
Yeah.
This new education policy, can you tell me any 2 or 3 objectives, main objectives of this new education policy?
Yes, sir. As we go on reading the draft of the education policy, in the very beginning, they have mentioned that they are, in the very beginning, they have talked about the sustainable development goal, and the goal, about the goal 4 they have talked. So yes, the emerging need of the present scenario is the skill development. Is skilling is mostly important, and it is mentioned all over in the NEP, as I provided evidences that.
Okay, skill development is one.
Yes,
Any
sir.
other important objective of this new education policy? What is the
Other important objectives, as in the.
Okay, have you heard of
NEP?
GER?
Yeah.
What is GER? You know what is GER?
Gross enrollment ratio.
Yes. So
About the
regarding
gross
that, can you tell me what is the objective?
Yeah, as per the gross enrollment ratio, they are seeking that the gross enrollment ratio by 2025 reaches to 50%, increases to 50%.
That is the main objective.
They are talking about it in the new education policy.
And you have described the various stages. Okay, you have 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4, right? So
Yes,
the 5, it says introductory stage, then you have preparatory stage, middle stage, and secondary stage, right? Are you aware of this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now tell
But
me.
can you speak a bit louder? I am actually.
I am speaking very loudly only, but probably
voice is lagging.
it is not audible to you. I said there are 4 stages. Okay.
Yes, sir. The
Introductory.
foundational, preparatory, middle, and the same.
Right, second. Right. Now you tell me where is the vocational and skill development is introduced, in which stage?
Yeah, sir, the vocational and skill-based education, as I said, is been introduced now at the preparatory stage. The children from 8 to 11 years will now be in the middle stage, from classes 6 to 8.
What kind of vocational courses are introduced? Yeah,
sir, not vocational courses as such, but there will be practical exposures, experiential learning they have talked about.
Like what?
Experiential learning
like
will
what?
be focused in. Sorry.
Like what? Experiential learning, like what?
Yeah, experiential learning, as in computers, they will be taught about the codings and all. It was all over. Hello.
Anyway, thank you.
Excuse me, sir. My voice is not coming actually at my end. Sorry, sir. Can you please repeat your question? Am I audible there?
Thank you, madam. I'm repeating the list of the participants for paper presentation session. Please note down that the first one who missed, Dr. N.V. Surendra. Please come up with the presentation. I am repeating the list again. Dr. N.V. Surendra, Adima Jain, who has recently presented. Mr. Srinivas, Dr. Seemaj Pilla, Dimple Juneja, Ms. Diksha Munishwari, Vishranti Rao, and Ms. Neetu Advani. The next on the list is Mr. Srinivas. Sir, are you ready with your presentation?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I am Dr. Self-Reliant from Vijayawada. Hello.
Yes, sir.
voice is audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I'm Dr. N. Sivasurendra from Pottisramulu College of Engineering and Technology, Vijayawada. Yeah.
Your first on the list. Surendra is now presenting the paper.
My name is Siva Surendra, ma'am. Okay. Shall I start? So I would like to present through audio only, ma'am, because of I'm not at the college. I'm in separate place. So I would like to present the paper title called "Role of Startups in Promoting the Rural Entrepreneurship in Our Country," that is India. So my presentation lies 4 stages. That is, first one is introduction part of my paper, and the second one is a role of technology, how it is influencing the human life as well as the business life. And I would like to start or explain about the startup in the next aspect. And finally, I would like to say that what is the role of selected startups in the promotion of rural entrepreneurship. And at the last, I would like to conclude. This is my agenda for this presentation. The first part of my presentation covers the introduction part. So as we know that rural startups have empowered and uplifted the rural lives. So there has been significant growth in digital payments in rural India. So that leads to micro entrepreneurs share photographs of their products with online customers and close transactions using the digital payments. And they have been able to support their families with the digital payments and pay utility bills from home. So this advent is not possible in a single day. In a single day, the continuous efforts of many people, government schemes, entrepreneurs in the country are late steps for this. So nowadays, entrepreneurs involved in many activities for increasing the standard of life of the people. So rural entrepreneurs are those who carry out entrepreneurial activities by establishing industrial and business units in the rural sector of the economy. In other words, establishing industrial and business units in the rural areas refers to the rural entrepreneurship. Then I would like to start the concept of role of technology. That is the second part of my paper. In that role of technology, while coming to the human life, everyone they starts with the technology and ends with the technology. That means I would like to say that the technology is the part of our life. So when coming to the impact of technology on the human life, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. So as a coming to the part of life, human life, that is technology enhances the life, and we all are becoming the smart, and we are living in the smart world. That means we are depending on technology for completing or finishing a simple task also. When coming to the business life or business world, technology has changed the phases of business operations. So we are approaching the lean management approaches. In olden days, we may take suppose if in olden days, we may take time for 3 or 4 hours to complete a single task. Nowadays, we are completing in fraction of seconds. And we are approaching the lean management concept.
Hello, Surendra sir. Sir. Hello. Surendra sir. Sir, you are not audible. Hello. Surendra sir, you are not audible. Incoming. सुरेंद्र सर, आपका माइक म्यूट है सर. Please unmute yourself. Sir.
Unmute. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. So, as coming to the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So, the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat fuel the dreams and ambitions of the so many people in our country. As far as rural India concerned, our technology opened the doors for many opportunities in the rural area. So there has been a significant increase in the rural startups that are continuously working to uplift and empower the rural lives. So for this study, I have chosen only 5 startups. How these five startups have influenced or changed in the rural economy. So rural economy. So in that the first thing is Meesho app. So when coming to the Meesho app, Meesho, it's a app which is supporting all the people for selecting their own products, and they are reselling the products also. So this Meesho is based up a startup based in the Bangalore city, and it's a social commerce platform. Nearly 13 million entrepreneurs are connected with this site. So it's not a new, it's not a small thing. It is a big thing for 13 million entrepreneurs which are connected with this website or with this app. So 45 million customers across the country are using the services of Meesho. So in this 45 million customers and 13 million entrepreneurs, rural people are also actively participating in that, and they are selling their products and they are displaying their products to this Meesho app. And the second one is Udaan app. Udaan, U-D-A-A-N, Udaan app. So it is a network-centric B2B platform designed specifically for the small and medium business in India. It brings traders, wholesalers, retailers, manufacturers, and brands in India on a single platform. So by using Udaan initiative features, my feed share a small entrepreneurs can also share their new brands and new ideas for their growth with this Udaan app. Bring small retailers into the digital ecosystem to benefit from the e-commerce expansion. It empowers, Udaan is empowering digital economic system and commerce expansion. And the third one is Frontier Market. So it is a woman-based or woman-led social commerce site which allows the rural customers to buy instant solution from multi-products from the women sales force. FMCG products, agri-business products, durables, and electronics and digital services are available through this Frontier Market. And the fourth app is HESA. So it's connecting India with the Digitally, that is PHYZITALLY. Digitally is redefining rural commerce by providing last mile physical and digital connect to rural India. For rural population, HESA is providing access, enablement, and employment at a scale. And the fifth and the last one is the deal share concept, deal share app. So users can get fruits and vegetables, grocery items, beauty and wellness products, and all other households at a discount price.
Surendra sir, sorry to disturb you, but your time is over.
Okay, just 1 minute, ma'am. I'm concluding. So this
Sir,
deal share aspect. Am I allowed, or shall I conclude? It's simple. I would like to give a status of deal share. So they are getting 55,000 orders daily and growing 50% month by month. More than 70% of what the company sells comes from local manufacturers. So this is the real rural entrepreneur development platform. And as a part of concluding, the quality and affordability of products available in rural markets are challenged due to the lower purchasing power of the rural customers. Startups are increasing employment opportunities, and they are also supporting the supply chain practices also. So it is this is the rural entrepreneurship was becoming a backbone for our Indian economy also. So far since our independence, we are seeing that agriculture is the backbone of our country economy. Now we can strongly say that they are supporting the agriculture products are also selling through this digital world. So this is a great development and achievement of our country. Thank you one and all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for for your patience listening, sir.
Thank you, sir. Hello.
Yeah.
Dr. Surendra, can you hear me?
Sir, tell me, sir.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's a very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I just wanted to ask you one question. We are talking about businesses in rural India. Okay.
Yeah.
And you stress more on the technological aspects. Okay.
Yes, sir.
When we talk about technological aspect, we are basically talking about a strong communication network, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
But when it comes to delivery, like people who are doing agriculture business in rural India, if they want to sell their products, the challenges of logistics
yes, sir.
is very big. That's what I presume.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So what is your suggestion regarding that?
So here I would like to quote the another example of ITC company. E-Chopal is there, na, sir?
Okay.
E-Chopal.
E-Chopal.
So that is E-Chopal. Yes, sir. So it is supporting the farmers for sending products to the needed one. And coming to the logistic part, our highways are also supporting to develop. Logistic parks are developing by the country. And in some states are also state governments are initiating to build the logistic parks.
We need some third party who gets involved in this streamlining the logistics aspects.
Third party.
Yeah.
That is there is a association of logistics is there, sir. CLM. So they are supporting. Sir.
Will deliver the goods from rural to the entire country or probably abroad.
Yeah.
What do you say about it?
Sir, I'm not clear with your question, sir.
No, my question is, see, whenever we are doing business, technology will only help in communication, right? But actual physical delivery of goods is dependent on the logistic support.
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
definitely
right.
support of logistics.
Yeah. So even if we develop good infrastructure, we need people or third party who is going to deliver the goods.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then only we can become Atmanirbhar. Just communication is not enough. Bringing people to the platform and communicating is one aspect, but actual delivery of goods is a main concern, actually.
Yes, sir.
What do you have
main
to say?
concern.
Probably we have to become Atmanirbhar in that area also.
Yes, sir. Government has to focus.
E-Chopal is only present in only few areas, not all over the country, right?
Yes, but
we need to have initiatives from other companies also who can come forward in order to improve the rural logistics.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anyway, it's an interesting presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for a wonderful opportunity for the organizers and you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Srinivas, please go ahead with the presentation. Can you hear me? Mr. Srinivas?
Yeah.
Are you ready with your presentation? There's no response from his side. So I'll move on to the next. You have got a response? Yes, Mr. Srinivas, please go ahead with your presentation. And please give care of your time, please. We are running short of the time. There is some technical difficulty on his side. So we shall move on to the next presenter. Dr. Seema Ajpilla from KRB Sindhu Mahadhyana. Madam, are you ready with the presentation? A very good afternoon to everyone present here. Honorable Dr. Praveen Vastu sir, then our Vice Principals, Dr. S.V. Tiwani sir, Dr. A.G. Khazani sir, the conveners of the conference. Today I am going to present a paper. Please connect with the PPT. Myself, Dr. Seema Ajpilla, from Department of Commerce, Ramchandra Bhattu Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Nagpur. The topic of my research paper presentation is the role of new education, national education policy 2020 in Self-Reliant India campaign. My most important theme where I will go for it, I'm going to stress on the Self-Reliant campaign through the new education policy. As we all know that the education policy has changed and we are going towards a new education policy where we are going to have some new education which is fun-filled, playful and with new types of methods of learning. We are going to completely restructure the educational system from old blackboards to the new digital medias. It's going to give a new direction to India in the 21st century. We are going to replace the education system, which is having the blackboards and other things, and the mediums of the fulfillment of the people of every region. We are going towards the rural areas, towards the villages, and we will be teaching them in their own language. The education system will be integrated, interdisciplinary, fun-based, and complete experience, which will help our India to become self-reliant in all the aspects. My objectives, please. Next slide. My objectives of the study is to study the role and importance of new educational policy 2020 in the Self-Reliant India campaign, and to study the problems or the challenges which we are facing in implementation of new educational policy. Role of new education policy in Self-Reliant India. Here we come down. First one is self-confidence. How can we gain self-confidence? It's very important. If I have knowledge, I will have confidence. But if I'm not knowledgeable, how will I have confidence? So when I want to learn something, it should be easy for me to understand. If I'm a child in area where my language is totally different, but the teacher who is teaching me is different, so it will be difficult for me. So now the knowledge which is based is in an easy way, so that the children should understand, they should get the knowledge in their own mother tongue, so that they get self-confidence. And most of it is that a lot of skill development and vocational courses are introduced in this new education policy. The next one is quality education. The quality education is assured as the children, those who are in the villages, they are also having the thinking of scientific temper and the mathematical thinking. Like what they will think is, according to the studies, the books, things are different. But this is going to be a fun-based method, and then they will be doing it a hands-on thing. Like whatever, we will not go to the theoretical part, rather we will go to the practical part so that they can learn many things. And the next is equality and the social justice. We are going to go towards their life. We are going to go towards their environment. Indian environment is full of culture, full of languages. And suppose now we will think that we should leave these languages, that means we are going back. So we have to see that our languages are restored, our culture is restored, and the quality education should be given to all so that there is equality as well as social justice. The most important thing is no language barrier. Suppose if I understand few languages or only one language, but my textbooks are totally different. So it is very difficult for me to understand that. So up to class 5th, we don't have any language barrier. The language of the teaching will be mother tongue. The language which the child speaks at home. Whatever the language is spoken in the family, the same language will be implemented in the school. So it is very good for them to understand, easy for them to understand. Then education is taken the mother tongue in multiple entry-exit system. It is very important. Earlier, what happened is for the graduation level, when suppose if I am doing BCom first year, second year, final year, and if there is any problem, and I dropped after first year, then after few years again I thought I should start. But then what happens? I had to start from the beginning. But now it is not like this. The new education policy, you can enter as well as exit wherever you want, and you can continue from where you started, or you have stopped. So you can continue that. Then it is efforts to emphasize inquiry-based, discussion-based, and analysis-based methods of learning. So the lastly, earlier it was rote learning, memory-based things were there. Only the people were just the children used to mug up the things and they came out within the exams. But now the methods which we are using in the new education policy are not only memory-based, but it is inquiry-based. The children, those who have questions, they will ask, they will analyze, they will discover, they will discuss. So they are going to explore the things which will make them self-dependent. If I have a question, I will ask. So that if I'm getting an answer, I will become self-dependent, I will become self-reliant. Instead of having questions in my mind, so half knowledge is always dangerous. If I have questions in my mind, I will ask. Then next is very important, which I've seen, is motto of new age learning. New age learning, 5 E's are there. Next slide, please. 5 E's, just see, it's very interesting. First is engage, second is explore, third is experience, fourth is express, and fifth is excel. So first of all, we have to engage the children with their ways of methods, of new ways of techniques, new fun-based methods. So they get engaged, they're busy. Then they have to explore, discover, invent some new technologies, innovative and creativity. Then they have to experience. How can we experience? We are only saying we cannot experience. We have to do ourselves. Hands-on works should be given to them so that they experience the things and they can express in their own language so that they can excel. So these are 5 E's. First is engage, second is explore, third is experience, fourth is express, and fifth is excellence. As we all know that this is the 10 plus 2 plus 3 method which was there. So you can skip this, it is already done. Thank you, sir. So these 4 stages are there. Then towards the next slide, national education policy as per Indian environment. As I already said that we should always update. Earlier it was you will become only doctor, engineer, or lawyer, but it is not like that. Now what we have is multidisciplinary. A person can opt history, physics, as well as maths. It is not only science, not only commerce, not only humanities. You can opt for different subjects from various backgrounds, whether it is humanities or it is science or it is commerce. So it is the options are there for you. So it is multidisciplinary and skill development is there. Youth education is given so that they become self-reliant. So a lot of equality is given to them in financial aids, then even scholarships, imparting education, online digital libraries are there, virtual labs are there, so that they can enhance their knowledge and become self-reliant. Towards the end, that is the conclusion. This policy will help us to prepare for future. As it is multidisciplinary, it is multilingual, so this will help us for our future. The policy, the features of this policy is going to make us strong. When we are confident, surely we are going to become strong because we are not forgetting our roots. We are connected to our culture. So we are not going to forget our roots and will be with it. And most of it is restoration of Indian culture and Indian languages so that we can improve our learning speed. And the last but not the least, my last line is that only views will not work. Only views will not work, but the tasks have to be efficient and good so that we can become, or India can become a capable, proud, and self-reliant country. Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Any questions from the audience? I have a lot of questions.
Yes.
Anyway, madam, it was a good presentation. Thank you, sir. Short and crisp. Yes. But what I found that we have not covered the second topic. The first topic.
Yes, sir.
Yes, so I'm going to ask you questions about the second topic. Second objective are the problems.
Yes.
You tell me as a teacher, what do you think would be the main challenge?
Yes,
for the teachers?
Yes.
And what government, what is the initiative by government in order to, make the teachers prepare for this kind of new education policy?
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. I skipped it. Sir, actually what happens is multilingual. Suppose if my father gets transferred to South side, suppose. I am from Maharashtra and my language is Hindi, English and Marathi. And if I go somewhere where it is in South, so there I can opt for Marathi, but it will become very difficult to prepare those textbooks and all in multi-language patterns. So that is why there is a problem of implementation because the state government and the union government are having this problem. How to prepare these textbooks and how to train the teachers to deal with different languages and language new peoples. Yes.
What do you suggest?
So we should learn with the activity-based learning should be there, and languages should be such that.
South में रहकर आप महाराष्ट्र से साउथ में रहकर वहाँ तो कोई हिंदी का एक शब्द नहीं बोलता वो आप कैसे कन्विंस करेंगे भाई ये बच्चे को मराठी पढ़ाओ?
सर वही तो उनकी प्रॉब्लम्स है ना कि आपको कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करें दैट इज व्हाट दे आर प्लानिंग कि हमने बना तो दिया so there is a redefinition like they are going to redefine it and they are going to have some changes that is why they have not implemented yet. That is what this means because they want that everybody should get that knowledge but some problems they are facing.
So what do you propose? गवर्नमेंट ने क्या करना चाहिए ट्रेनिंग को लेकर टीचर्स के ट्रेनिंग को?
Sir, हर suppose if I want to go for Marathi, then we should have some translators. No, okay. Yes, so then we should go for fun-based learning, activity-based learning. We should have discussion methods, discovery experiments method, so that they can become more confident. And teachers should forget those old methods.
Yes.
And we should go towards the new technological methods. As the COVID was there, we have learned many things. Online, then digital, then Zoom meetings, then Google Meet, and so many screen sharing, all that we have learned.
are ready for change of concept of teachers. As teachers as well as the students, so that we are having a better future. That is most important, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
For provoking our thoughts to think on the NEP. As a teachers, we could definitely do that. The next on the list is Ms. Dimple Juneja. Ms. Dimple Juneja, are you ready with your presentation?
Hello. 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 Am I audible, ma'am?
I would again repeat that all the participants should please take care of their time limit. They are consuming more than 7 minutes for the presentation itself. Yeah, we have a next slot of valedictory function. And we don't
Hello.
want to keep all the honorable dignitaries waiting for this session to get over.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, yes.
Is my screen visible? Hello. Hello.
Screen नहीं आ रही है।
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes,
Sir, am I audible?
yes, yes.
Is my screen visible to all?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon to all. Myself, Dimple Juneja, and my topic is new trends and techniques in Indian agriculture to meet global challenges. As we all know, our country, India, consists of 70% of land for agriculture. Thus, agriculture continues to be the source of livelihood for majority of the population. In a nutshell, agriculture has a vast impact on every citizen of the country.
Dimple ma'am,
Yes, ma'am.
presentation on नहीं हुआ है मैम.
मेरी स्क्रीन पे दिखा रहा है. एक सेकंड.
आपके पीसी की स्क्रीन दिख रही है मैम, प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं दिख रहा है.
प्रेजेंटेशन में देखना. मैम अभी हेलो मैम अभी दिख रही है स्क्रीन. प्रेजेंटेशन दिख रहा है अभी?
नहीं दिख रहा है।
यहाँ से तो
मैम सिर्फ स्क्रीन नहीं दिख रही.
Hello.
हेलो सर स्क्रीन पे चालू क्यों नहीं हो रही है?
atta, then there is some biscuits and all. So these are also now trying to shift from these hazardous products to the better products through which they can serve our country in a better way. Next. Then there is also, again, this is a very old manufacturing, or we can say industry, which is basically into dairy products. So these are also serving India from a very long time, and they are promoting our Indian food. Okay. So last slide, please. So conclusion is that this is just an overview. The conclusion is that last slide. So we have seen recently, we can say, I have seen personally, basically in the Diwali time, I have seen many people when they went to market, rather than purchasing that LED lights for Diwali. First I also used to go for sasta Chinese wala khareed lete hain lights rather than going for 280 and 251. Why should I go for that? But now this time I have seen the changes. Many people are going for Indian brands, though they are little expensive, but they are what we can say quality products है. Because China का बल्ब मैं यहाँ से लेके घर में यूज हो जाएगा पता नहीं चलेगा मुझे. ठीक है. So it's better to go for Indian brands. So the basic I can see the improvement which I have seen that people are actually being aware of Indian brands and they are trying to promote and they are trying to reach the Indian products rather than the other foreign brands. Thank you. Any questions from the audience? So
Bharat, your topic was quite interesting, and but you have covered only the top brands. But I want to ask you, what about the smaller brands which are known? Especially push all these brands, not just but other manufacturing industry. So what do you think are the main challenges of these brands not getting even in India?
Yeah, because so actually these there are many local manufacturers, small people who are actually not being recognized. But in my conclusion, there is Khadi brand. They are supporting many these kind of small industries come forward, and they are giving them a platform where they can come forward and reach people with their products.
Okay, that is the push button.
Yes.
But what about the awareness drive? What kind of awareness drive should be there so that people of India will start recognizing this? Do you think there is a plan, but there should be a plan? What is the suggestion?
So I don't know whether there is a plan, but I think there should be a plan because government should also
apart from the
industries can promote them.
That will cut the profit. That will cut the profit. Yes.
Yes, of course. How small is very important. And yes, we can do actually. अगर मेरे लिए local brand medically obviously I can come with other people. This mouth publicity will also get a great awareness of people and then have
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now online presentations. So I'm taking the last presentation of Mrs. Monica Manapure from SK Forward College. Madam, please go ahead with the presentation.
नमस्कार. माझे नाव मोनिका मानपुरे आहे. मी माझ्या सब्जेक्टचं नाव आहे न्यू बिझनेस डे पोस्ट पेंडेमिक. उसका मराठीमध्ये अर्थ साथीच्या रोगानंतर नवीन व्यवसाय प्रवृत्ती. त्याच्यामध्ये मी एसबीआयची घेतली आहे. एसबीआयची व्यवसाय धोरण. तर एसबीआयने या साथीच्या रोगामध्ये पोस्ट पेंडेमिक मध्ये काय डेव्हलपमेंट केलं आहे टेक्नॉलॉजीचा. आत्मनिर्भर भारतचा टॉपिक होता. तर त्याच्यामध्ये एसबीआयने काय केलेला आहे. तर त्याच्यामध्ये माझा पहिला हे आहे कोविडमुळे 19 मुळे उभ्या असलेल्या नवीन आव्हानाशी जुळवून घेण्याची तयारी करत असताना देशातील अग्रगण्य बँक एसबीआय आपले वर्तमान कार्य वर्क फ्रॉम होम योजनेच्या श्रेणीत सुधारत आहे. म्हणजे वर्क फ्रॉम होम सगळीकडे कोरोना व्हायरस असल्यामुळे कुणालाही परमिशन नव्हती बँकेत जायची किंवा कुठलेही व्यवहार करण्याची. तर बँकेने अशी परमिशन दिली आहे की जे काही तुम्हाला इकॉनॉमिकल ट्रान्झॅक्शन करायचे आहे तर ते वर्क फ्रॉम पद्धतीनेच करता येईल. त्याच्यावर त्यांनी खूप सारे कार्य पण केलेले आहे. दुसरं असं की वर्क फ्रॉम होम व्यवस्थेच्या जागतिक स्वीकारानंतर बँक आपल्या वर्तमान WFH वर्क फ्रॉम होम धोरणाला वर्क फ्रॉम एनीवेअर म्हणजे वर्क फ्रॉम होमला ट्रान्सफर करून त्यांनी वर्क फ्रॉम एनीवेअर म्हणजे वर्क घरून न करता कुठेही आपण कुठेही असाल तरी वर्क फ्रॉम एनीवेअर आपण करू शकता. म्हणजे बँकेची ट्रान्झॅक्शन आपण कुठेही करू शकतो बाय द डिजिटल वे. म्हणजे डिजिटल वेनी आपण ते काम कुठेही करू शकतो. नंतर तिसरं आहे बँकेच्या व्यवसायाच्या आणि अर्थव्यवस्थेचे दृष्टिकोन वेळेत सशक्त असले ज्याद्वारे विषाणू पूर्णपणे काढून टाकला जाईल आणि सामान्य स्थिती पूर्ववत होईल. कोविड-19 हा साथीचा रोग आहे, पॅन्डेमिक आहे, हा सतत राहणार नाही अशी भविष्याची योजना आहे आणि तो कधीतरी जाईल. तर ही डिजिटल पद्धतीने शिकण्यात येईलच, पण डिजिटल म्हणजे साथीचा रोग जर गेला तर त्याच्यानंतर स्थिती पूर्ववत होईल अशी सुद्धा आशंका एसबीआयने दाखवलेली आहे. नंतर स्टेट बँक ऑफ इंडिया कुठूनही पायाभूत सुविधा उभारेल आणि 1000 कोटीची बचत करेल अशी एसबीआयचे अध्यक्ष यांनी आपल्या वार्षिक अहवालात म्हटलेले आहे आणि ते त्याप्रमाणे कार्य करत आहेत. नंतर कोविड-19च्या काळात बँक व्यवसायाची सातत्यता हा महत्त्वाचा घटक आहे. म्हणजे बँकेने BCP ठीक आहे ही योजना बँकेने काढून दिलेली आहे. म्हणजे बँकेचे सातत्य हे राहील म्हणजे बँक कुठूनही काम करू शकेल. नंतर सूक्ष्म आणि लघु उद्योगासाठी आत्मनिर्भर भारत पॅकेज ज्याच्यानी आत्मनिर्भर भारत पॅकेज दिलेला आहे. एसबीआयचे अध्यक्ष यांनी म्हटलेले आहे की एसबीआय कडे निधी हा कमी नाही तर कर्जदार आहे किंवा जे व्यवसायदार आहे त्यांना कर्ज देण्यात येईल आणि तसेच त्यांनी त्याच्यासाठी एसबीआय योनो ठीक आहे या बँक ॲपची ठीक आहे बँक ॲपची निर्मिती केली आहे आणि एसबीआय योनोने बँकेचे काम करता येते. तर माझे यावरून असे निष्कर्ष निघालेले आहे की एसबीआयने वर्क फ्रॉम होम सोडून वर्क फ्रॉम एनीवेअर ही पॉलिसी अवेलेबल आहे आणि एसबीआय योनो या ॲपचा वापराचा विस्तार झालेला आहे. थँक्यू सर.
Yes. मैडम ये है कि आपने इंटरेस्टिंग टॉपिक लिया है. आपने एसबीआई Okay. So God has got all over unlike the
The next participant for the offline presentation, Mr. Atmanirbhar. So please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you so much. Good morning, sir. The topic of my research paper is marketing practices of seeds and fertilizers manufacturing companies in Nagpur division. So, sir, objective of my study is to review the existing literature related to fertilizers marketing. My paper is based on secondary data. So, Basically, sir, Nagpur division comprises of 6 districts, that is Nagpur, Varna, Chandrapur, Gadchiroli, Bhandara, India, and we are like rice. We can be said as rice bowl of Maharashtra. So basically, my paper is on secondary data. If I see the data, we can see that in 2016 and 2017, there was a tremendous increase in rice and wheat production. Initially, it was in 2016, wheat production was 92.29 million ton, which grown in 2017 to 110.15 ton. So we have seen that there is a tremendous increase in the use of fertilizers here. So, what basic researchers have done is that in 2001, Mr. Venkateshwara has done a research, and he says that 50% of the shopkeepers responds towards the specific brand, because that brand is very much famous in that particular area. So the shopkeeper goes with favors the particular brand. Secondly, if some brand is coming, historically farmers are using the same brand, so that brand goes. Farmers are loyal to the brand, and so they prefer that brand. And finally, some farmers who are cost efficient, they go for cost. They see small farmers having 1 acre, 2 acre land, so they go for the cost efficiency. So, because of time, I'm just finalizing the picture and coming to the conclusion. So the investigation revealed that there is a negative development potential risk that the organization will accomplish groom in the market in light of the fact that there is, by all accounts, not very much subjective items, depends on exceptional specialization, which are utilized by the organization of this section of business in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So we will take a first.
Nowadays, there is a trend for organic food.
Yes, yes.
So which is grown naturally. So do you think that the role of fertilizers will reach, or what is
No, sir. Role of fertilizer will practically the way fertilizer is being used. The trend is some sort of chemical based fertilizers. Use of chemical based fertilizers will decrease. There are some research where that's organic farming. But in country like India, where there are huge number of farmers, it is not possible to reduce fertilizers. Some we need to manage organic farming or chemical fertilizers, organic fertilizers and chemical fertilizers. That we can help to the requirement of the it will make a better.
Thank you. Thank you all the presenters for the presentation they have made. And I really apologize that we could not take all the presentations because of some technical issues and time issues. So I would conclude the presentations here. Now I invite our chief guest, Dr. Masudure sir, to say a few words on this occasion.
Good afternoon, all the dignitaries of the desk, all the faculty members, all the guests, all the research scholars. First of all, let me thank you for giving me this opportunity to chair this session on paper presentation. I've been doing this in a number of colleges. But what I feel as a researcher, we have to work very hard. We are still at the nascent stage. And see, we concentrate more on the information that we get from internet and other sources. And we try to present all those things in detail. Which is, in my opinion, is not good because the research is already done. What is our contribution? That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so whenever we do presentation, we need to interpret things and give the presentation of the interpretation that we have done, rather than just displaying what is being told by others. So it takes a lot of effort to really understand and interpret things and present to the audience. Because if you really want to improve the quality of your research, it is the in-depth study of that research rather than just portraying what is being said. Like in few presentation, if you allow sir, a lot of people just cut, copy, and pasted their presentation. That is not acceptable. At this level, it is not expected that you just cut, copy, and paste and give the presentation. Rather than interpreting things and what is your opinion, that matters a lot. So we should always try to study in depth and try to understand and then give the presentation. But I would appreciate this college, New College, for taking this initiative of doing research. I had come recently also. So a lot of effort is being taken in this direction. But we as researchers, we should always try to improve the quality and try to make the best use of time that we have. So I wish best of luck to all the researchers who are doing research, and thank you for giving the time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of our college, the Atmanirbhar Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, I express deep sense of appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Praveen Masood sir for accepting our invitation and sparing his valuable time to grace this occasion. Sir, we all are inspired by your words, and your advice and tips for better presentation will help all the researchers. Thanks to all those who have presented the papers in this session. And I again thank all the participants for joining this session. I hope the session was beneficial and informative for all. Please stay connected for the rest of the conference. This session will be followed by a valedictory session. Please stay tuned. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, honorable dignitaries on and off the dais, faculty members and dear participants. We are at the valedictory function of 2 days international conference on self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, building competitiveness through global collaboration organized by the Faculty of Commerce and Management, place of higher learning and research, Atmanirbhar Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, a premier institute of higher education. Dear friends, it is believed that when we offer flowers to God, the deity becomes pleased and showers on us wealth, happiness, prosperity, and health. May I request dignitaries on the dais to please offer the greetings to goddesses.
नहीं सर, इस साइड होगा, बैक
इनको कवर अप दूसरा कैमरा मैन अच्छा स्टैंड पूरा नॉलेज नहीं है पीछे चला जाता है
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I bid a very warm welcome to all the renowned dignitaries on the dais who took out their valuable time and joined us today to be a part of this conference. Welcome, sir. We are honored to have you all with us. Sirs, now may I request Dr. V.R. Sir, Principal Atmanirbhar Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, to welcome Shri Atmanirbhar Sir, President Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti. I request Dr. Satish Devani, sir, Vice Principal and Convener of the conference, to welcome Mr. M.S. Khan, Senior Superintendent of Police, CBI, ACB. Please. Next, I request Dr. A.G. Thalani, sir, Vice Principal and Convener of the conference, to welcome Dr. V.K. Ruhani, sir, Chairman of Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti. He is a fine person and have an inclination to serve society. He has done substantial work for patients suffering from sickle cell anemia and thalassemia. Welcome, sir. Next, I request Shri G.G. Rupani, sir, Head Department of Commerce, to welcome Dr. I.B. Keswani, sir, General Secretary, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti. A person having immense love for teaching and who has great ability and skill of administration. Thank you very much, sir. I request now to Dr. Vanjari, sir, Coordinator, Place of Higher Learning and Research, to please welcome Shri Neeraj Baku, sir, Secretary, College Affairs, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti. Shri Neeraj Baku, sir, is an engineer by profession and has immense ability to handle tough situations, a motivator, and a great leader. Thank you very much. Further, to welcome Dr. P.M. Principal of our college, May I request Dr. Kaushik sir to please offer him sapling and welcome him. Thank you, sir. I welcome both the conveners of the conference, Dr. Satish Devani sir and Dr. Anant Thadani sir, Vice Principals of the college. Thank you very much all. Ladies and gentlemen, on 29th and today, 30th March, many erudite speakers deliberated on the topic of the conference. It was a great enlightening experience for all of us to listen to them. Let us know from some of the participants, get feedback from them about the conference. May I request you to please be brief, dear participants. You will be given only 2 minutes to deliberate upon what you want to say about the conference. May I call upon the participant Adima Jain from Agra. They would be speaking to us online. Adima Jain from Agra. Two minutes to you. Unmute the participant. I think the participant is not there. Maybe there is some technical glitch. Second participant who want to give a feedback is Diksha Nimeshwari from Agra. Okay, next is Farul Kaushik from Delhi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Parul Kaushik, a research scholar from Delhi Literature Department. I found this seminar to be the most helpful, informative on Self-Reliant India. All the presenters were very knowledgeable and offered valuable information. Also, respected Deepak Meghnani sir's session was sensitizing, as I got to know about, a lot about advantages of RuPay transaction and UPI, not only from the consumers, but from providers' viewpoint also. And respected Vinayak Deshpande sir's presentation on Self-Reliant India about self-reliance and approaches executed to make India self-reliant was very enlightening. I congratulate the Department of Commerce, Dada Ramchand Thakru Sandhu Mahavidyalaya for organizing this conference and inviting such elite resource persons. All the sessions were very enlightening. Looking forward for more such sessions in the coming future. Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much. Next is Nisha Vyas from Nagpur. Miss Nisha, you can start.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Am I audible? Yeah.
Hello. Yes, you are audible. Madam, you have been given only 2 minutes to give feedback. Miss Nisha.
Hello.
I think there is some problem there in internet. And
Yeah, it was really a great
please
learning
stop.
experience.
Hello. Hello, the participant is ready to give feedback, but we cannot hear her. So I move forward, and next I call upon Dr. Seema Ajila ma'am to please give a feedback of this conference.
A very good afternoon to the dignitaries of the dais. I'm present here right now for presenting my feedback for this two-day international conference, which was held in hybrid mode, online as well as offline. We attended this conference yesterday as well as today, and we had a lot of people, those who joined us on virtual platforms as well as physical, as we are here. Really, if you say that the conference was a wonderful experience for us, we could learn many things. We could even have many informative sessions with it, which were not only from Nagpur as on international level, it was right from USA also and from north to south. And I really congratulate everyone, the Ramchand's Bharat Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, the organizers, the conveners, and the co-conveners for this such a wonderful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May I request now Dr. Trupti Sakre. Hello. Please come on, please.
Everyone. In my feedback, I want to contribute that whatever the learnings we had from last 2 days about self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, were really wonderful, and truly as a researcher, and an academician, we have learned lot many things from this conference. Thank you so much, organizers, for organizing such a wonderful topic for the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the feedback. And we had the participants who wanted to give feedback from different places, like from South Vijayawada and from Kerala, but I think they are not able to connect to us. Today, for this valedictory function, we have with us Mr. M.S. Khan, Senior Superintendent of Police, Head of the Branch, CBI, SCB Nagpur. Let me introduce to you today's chief guest, Mr. Khan, who is MA in English from Dr. H.S. Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, Sagar, MP. He is well versed in Hindi, Urdu, Marathi, and English languages. Although a man from the field of literature, he cleared UPSC and joined CBI as Deputy Superintendent of Police in the year 1998. He went through different training sessions. One among them was post-blast investigation anti-terrorism assistance program at Louisiana, USA in 2006. In his illustrious career as a man in uniform, he got foreign assignments as Hajj coordinator in Consulate General of India, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia in the year 2016. He has specialization in anti-corruption cases, special crime like kidnapping, murder, etc. He has been awarded with Best Branch of CBI Trophy for Vocational Branch by the then Honorable Prime Minister of India. He likes adventure sports, trekking, cycling, biking, and also he nurtures the hobbies of photography and traveling. It is a great pleasure, sir, to felicitate and a person of vast policing experience and of literature. May I humbly request Shri H.R. Bakru, sir, President, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, to felicitate our guest, Shri M.S. Khan. Please. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. Dear participants, conferences, seminars, and workshops are organized with specific views in mind, like to share learning of best practice from leaders or experts in the field, to inspire and generate ideas and new thinking, to provoke action and collectively bring about change. And the success of a conference depends on whether it initiates and propagates a positive change in the people. Let us know from Dr. Mrs. Seema Achpila, a faculty of commerce, about this international conference through her comprehensive report. Dr. Mrs. Seema Achpila.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to Shri H.R. Bakru, sir, President, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, Mr. M.S. Khan, sir, Senior Superintendent of Police, CBI, ACP, that is Anti-Corruption Bureau, the Chief Guest of today's function, Dr. V.K. Rupani, sir, Chairman, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, Dr. I.P. Keswani, sir, General Secretary, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, Shri N.H. Bakru, sir, Secretary, College Affairs, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, Dr. William Painse, sir, Officiating Principal, Atmanirbhar Bakru, Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Dr. S.V. Jevani, sir, Vice Principal, Dr. A.G. Thadani, sir, Vice Principal, as well as the conveners of the conference, Dr. Milind Shinkede, sir, Dr. Yogesh Butte, sir, IQAC coordinator, and Mr. M.N. Pratibha, sir, Vice Principal, Junior College. I, Dr. Seema Achpila, take this privilege to present a crisp and comprehensive report of this two-day international e-conference, which we had in a hybrid as a blended mode of online and offline, for Self-Reliant India and its Atmanirbhar Bharat, building competitiveness through global collaboration, organized by Department of Commerce and Management at the Atmanirbhar Bakru Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, a place of high learning and research. This year, our college is celebrating Golden Jubilee year. Our college is NAAC affiliated, B+ CGPA 2.55. It gives me immense pleasure to take you all to a wonderful educational joyride, which we had in last 2 days, that is yesterday and today. The program, the conference, started with the inaugural session at 10 a.m., which was presided over by Dr. V.M. Rupani, sir. He was the president of the function. We had Dr. Vinayak Deshpande, sir, the Vice Chancellor of G.S. Raisoni University, Amravati, as a chief guest. Guest of honor was Dr. I.P. Keswani, sir, General Secretary, Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, and the other guest
guest of honor was Mr. Madhu Mohta. That is, he was CEO of ASA Agrotech Private Limited, Nagpur. And amongst the hosts, we had our principal sir and the vice principal sir. It was a wonderful session, which started with the welcoming of guests and followed by the information about the conference, which was given by Dr. S.V. Tewani sir. The speakers in the function spoke about the self-reliant India and stressed upon the Swadeshi movement that is local for local. It was highlighted by the speakers that do your best and always think beyond your expectations. The new form of MBA, which was given by Mr. Mohta, was Masters Beyond Academics. As we have MBAs, business administrations, but that he said is you should always think beyond your expectations and beyond your academics. Respective Keshwani sir highlighted that you should never become the slaves of your habits. Try to be self-reliant and must reduce your needs as well as your needs. And try to grab opportunities from the difficult situations and do not isolate yourself from the competitive world. Be positive and learn from the internal problems also. Dr. Vinki Rupani sir spoke that Atmanirbhar starts from our homes. We should always try to involve everyone so that we can work from local for local and be able to reduce poverty as well as unemployment. A beautiful line which you all should not miss which was spoken by Dr. Vinayak Deshpande sir in the inaugural session that सरकार करने के लायक सत्कार करने नहीं. अगर हमें अपना सत्कार करवाना है तो हमेशा हमें सत्कार ही करना चाहिए. That was his line that you should always go for positive work. The words of wisdom of the dignitaries were really inspiring and motivating. After the inaugural session, we had 2 technical sessions yesterday, where we got overwhelming response and we got 409 registrations for participation in the conference. 107 candidates registered for research paper and 140 and more were present as physically and others joined us on virtual platforms of YouTube as well as on Zoom. And the most important is that the candidates who joined us were right from the north, from Jammu Kashmir, Punjab, till the south, that is Vijayawada and Kerala and Karnataka. Many of the cities from India, that is Agra, Vijayawada, Bangalore, etc. joined us. Not only in India, but out of India, that is from Scotland, Melbourne, Australia, New Jersey, USA, Ghana, Dubai, the candidates joined with us. For that, we are happy for this international conference. The keynote speaker was Dr. Vinayak Deshpande. He spoke about the Atmanirbhar Bharat and spoke about the 5 pillars of the self-reliant India. Most keynote speaker with that was rebound, recover, and resume. We should always rebound ourselves. We should think again, and we should resume and stress upon true sense of intelligence is not knowledge, is our imagination. So we should always think, imagine with the new creativity and innovations. Our sponsors were ASA Agrotech Private Limited, Commerce Enhancement Cell, Dada Ramchand Baku Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Sarthi Alumni Association, Dada Ramchand Baku Sindhu Mahavidyalaya, Akshat Jewelers, Talwa Vinay Suppliers. After Sir's address, technical session started. The resource persons and the chairman were really as the stars. They were the very, very eminent personalities with a long qualification. But here I will go very crisp. Just I will take few lines about them and I will say what they said. In the first technical session was the resource person, Dr. T.V. Atmanirbhar. He had 42 years of experience and he is a former Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi University, Amarkantak. He is a member of New Education Policy, Ministry of Education and HR, and he received many awards. The chairperson for the technical session was Dr. Vinay Kapoor Mehra, Vice Chancellor, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Law University, Sonipat, acted as Commissioner in State Information Commission, Punjab. They spoke about National Education Policy, tool of developing Atmanirbhar Bharat.
and also spoke about Swadeshi movement and how to become the job providers instead of becoming job seekers. We should always become the self-dependent and self-reliant. Technical session 2 was held yesterday. The resource person was Dr. Praveen Saxena, Professor, Faculty of Commerce, Dayalbagh Education Institute, Agra. He is a member of Board of Studies in Gwalior, MP, Baroda, Gujarat also. He was also associated with the Institute of Company Secretaries of India and Chartered Accountants of India. The chairperson was the associate professor of Sri Vocational University, Kachra, Jammu Kashmir. They both spoke about self-reliance in ancient, medieval India and the modern India. They also said that when we were as a Soneti Chiriya, then how we came first, and then again from first to the modern. When the people, the other ones, the Britishers invaded India, that time how we came down, that was discussed in their presentation. They also spoke about that how to meet your priorities on local levels with Sambhav, Seva and Samriddhi. You should always accept your strengths and values and take your own decisions and move toward Atmanirbhar Bharat with daily conduct of Purusharth and self-respect. Technical session started today in the morning, 10 a.m. The resource person was Mr. Deepak Meghani, the senior software engineer, Google USA. He has done MTech from IIT Mumbai and he received Institute Silver Medal. And he has also done MS from Stanford University. He is a data scientist in Walmart Lab. The chairperson in the technical session 3 was Mr. Sachin Pandey, Managing Director and co-founder of Virtual Galaxy Infotech Private Limited. He has knowledge of system management, web and cloud applications in digital world. They also spoke about the contribution of UPI and RuPay in making India self-reliant and the use of ATM cards. Towards the end today, we had the paper presentation wherein we had the presentation in offline as well as online mode. The judge for it was Dr. Praveen Mastoor sir. He is an assistant professor at Tripura Institute of Management and Education. He has also published 3 books and 25 papers, and he is the core committee of NAC. Sir also gave us the tips how to understand and interpret and present the things in depth. Sir appreciated the efforts taken by the college and the organizers and wished all the best for our future endeavors. A conference can never be success without the efforts of the conveners as well as the co-conveners. The conveners Dr. S.P. Tiwari sir, Dr. E.G. Thadani sir, and co-conveners Dr. G.G. Rupani sir and M.P. Punjabi sir. Thank you everyone for listening patiently to me. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May I now take this opportunity to request our most distinguished, disciplined, and experienced Mr. M.S. Khan, sir, the chief guest of the valedictory function, to address the gathering, please.
My gratitude for having invited me over here. I find myself brought They completed their PhDs and now teaching for last 20, 30, more than 30 years. People like Bakru Sahab, they have put in more years into service than my age. So you can understand that it's a very humbling feeling deep inside into my heart. Let me come to the topic. They have given me something, and I have revolutionary kind of views. Some of you will definitely not have. May I have the first slide?
सामने से लेना
Basically, I attended one college and I shared those pics with one of my friends. He said, "तुम वहाँ क्या कर रहे हो? You were a teacher. You are a teacher. You will remain a teacher. You can never become a good police officer." I hope he is not correct. But I do agree that once a teacher, always a teacher. Somewhere deep inside my heart, I am a teacher. And once I retire from this service, I'll definitely go back to my native place. And I will try to spend my time with young minds. The society has given a lot to me. I come from a very small village. Hence, whatever I'm going to speak is not based on books or literature which I have studied. It is based on my experiences. Because if the education achieved by you people is compared with mine, I will be a leap for you. I believe that self-reliance in absolute terms is neither possible nor desirable. Absolutely not possible. We should not desire for it. I explain. Next. In absolute terms, self-reliance is analytical to trade and commerce. I have been told that this is College of Commerce and Science. Next, I'll explain one by one. If we think of self-reliant individuals, there would be a number of islands not communicating with each other because there is no need to communicate. Each individual is self-reliant. Let's take the level a little forward. If the village is self-reliant, the village is not required to communicate with another village. Let's further escalate the scene. Let's take the example of Nagpur city. If Nagpur city is completely reliant, self-reliant, why it would communicate with any other city or any of its needs because it's not having any need at all. Next. Same can be said about the province. Next. Unit called the country. At this level, we need to be self-reliant. We need to be self-reliant if we don't want to become Ukraine. We need to be self-reliant if we don't want to become Afghanistan. We need to be self-reliant if we don't want to become small Balkan countries. We need to be self-reliant if we don't want to become African countries. Here comes the concept of nation state. At individual level, self-reliance is a fiasco. We should not look for it. But at national level, it is the only way out to survive in this world where might is always right. We should not only produce, which is surplus for us, but we should always produce more weapons to defend ourselves. I am not a warmonger. No, I am not a warmonger. But if you are not going to have capabilities to defend yourself, any Tom, Dick, and Harry would come and devastate you. We should think on this. And our forefathers, after the freedom struggle, have given due weightage to it, despite of poverty we are having at now. If you people have studied history, if you people like Bakru Sahab who have seen, he has seen Pokhran, first Pokhran. We were in the middle of poverty. Let me go back to my village life. I studied in a school where building was there, but the ground surface was of mud and clay. हमें उसको गोबर से लीपना होता था हर सैटरडे। वो जमाना था जब हमने पोखरण किया। We need to be self-reliant when it comes to defense. We need to have sufficient for our consumption as well as enough to feed others. That is the only true definition of self-reliance. We say the developed countries like US, France, Germany, UK, they are self-reliant. They are not self-reliant, they are surplus. They are having enough consumer goods, enough weapons, enough wealth that can be shared with other people, other countries. I began with the idea that self-reliance is not desirable. Self-reliance is not required. Yeah, it is true. At all other levels, except nation-state level, self-reliance is not required. I stand by my first statement that it is not required. Let me share another example of my village life. Largely, we were self-reliant. We used to till our own fields. We were not having support from any other one. When we needed to dig a well, we used to do ourselves. When we wanted to build another room, not house, another room, just a room, we need to make bricks. And other people of the village were doing the same thing. There was hardly any trade and commerce. Even currency was not that much in use. When there used to be some wedding function in any of the house, the potter used to supply the pots without any money. And on the day of harvest, he used to come to collect his part of the wheat from our field. It was a kind of barter system. So if we desire to become self-reliant at that level, there would be no trade and commerce. But if we desire to become self-reliant at nation-state level, I would say that is the only way out. That's all from my side. I am open for any question on any topic. I try to answer. गारंटी नहीं है कि उत्तर दे पाऊंगा. अभी मेरे पास में सर बैठे थे, मुझसे पूछने लगे कि लोग पुलिस से डरते क्यों? ईमानदार आदमी भी क्यों डरता है? मैंने कहा मुझसे पूछ लीजिएगा, वो ही बता दूं. जब कभी मैं सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट डिपार्टमेंट में बिजनेस अवेयरनेस मीटिंग पर जाता हूँ, लोग इतनी हिम्मत भी करते हैं, पूछते हैं बताइए सीबीआई से बचा कैसे जाए. मैं कहता हूँ अच्छी बात है, यही पूछ लीजिए उससे, मैं बता देता हूँ. So I am open for any kind of question, whatever you think fit. मैं तो एक बार बोला था कौशिक साहब को कि पता नहीं मेरा क्या रेलेवेंस हो सकता है आपकी स्कूल कॉलेज में. मैं एंटी करप्शन लॉ जानता हूँ, मैं बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट के बाद का इन्वेस्टिगेशन जानता हूँ. ये तो बिल्कुल रेलेवेंट नहीं है आपकी. लेकिन उन्होंने आग्रह किया कि नहीं साहब आप आइए. उन्होंने मुझे किसी दूसरे कॉलेज में सुन रखा था, तो उन्होंने सोचा शायद काम का बंदा है, और वो पीछे पड़े रहे. मुझे आना पड़ा और मैं सब शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ. आई कन्वे माय सेंस ऑफ ग्रैटिट्यूड कि आप लोगों से मेरी मुलाकात हुई. जैसे मैंने कहा कि आपकी समिति के पितृ पुरुष, उनको देखकर मेरे मन में बड़ा सम्मान हुआ. जैसे ही मैं उनसे मिला, एक पॉजिटिव एनर्जी उनके आसपास दिख रही थी. एक बात कहूँ, कहीं मैं इस उम्र तक जीना चाहूंगा इस स्कूल को चलाने के लिए.
Self-reliance in absolute term is not possible. That is what Mr. M.S. Khan sir told us. And also, he has conveyed to us that we have to be strong. I also remember Sanskrit lines. It says that Ashvanaiva Ajanaiva, Vyaghram Naivacha Naivacha, Ajaputram Balidadhi, Devo Dupal Khata. Means even gods do not support the weak people. We have to be strong and self-reliant at nation level. Thank you very much, sir, for your address. It is a great pride and pleasure that Shri H.R. Bathur sir, President Hindi Vidya Samiti, has consented to preside over the valedictory function. Shri H.R. Bathur sir is MSc in Geology, the first mining geologist from Sindhi community of Nagpur. He has taught Indian Bureau of Mines and got superannuated as senior mining geologist. Educationist at the heart, he loves imparting quality education to masses. Proudly, I would like to mention here that Sindhi Hindi Vidya Samiti, of which Shri H.R. Bathur sir is the president, is running 27 educational institutions in and around Nagpur. He is a very humble person and a great inspiring leader under whose able guidance all the institutes are making progress, leaps and bounds. For his substantial work in the field of education, he has been awarded with Global Achievers Award of Dubai at the hands of Sheikh Dubai, Asian Pacific Award for Education
the then Prime Minister Sushil Koirala, and Mahatma Gandhi Gaurav Samman Award at the hands of Mrs. Sheila Dixit, the then Chief Minister of Delhi. May I invite Honorable Sri H.R. Babu sir for his presidential address. Sri H.R. Babu.
फंक्शन के चीफ गेस्ट सीनियर सुपरिटेंडेंट ऑफ पुलिस सीबीआई डॉक्टर विकी रूपानी चेयरमैन विद्या समिति डॉक्टर आई.पी. केसवानी जनरल सेक्रेटरी श्री नीरज बाबू सेक्रेटरी कॉलेज अफेयर डॉक्टर पेंसे principal of the college, Dr. Tewani, Dr. Thadani, and all other respected teachers present here. This type of conferences give a lot of support, moral support to students to be independent in their life. Yes, Dr. Kanta told self-reliance is necessary only at country level. I agree totally that at country level we should be self-reliant, not at individual levels or lower levels, city or states. ये कॉन्फ्रेंस में काफी एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स ने आप लोगों को गाइडेंस दिया और सब स्कूल्स का चाहे फैकल्टीज का बहुत अच्छा नॉलेज बढ़ाया भी, उनके डाउट भी क्लियर हो गए, जो भी रहे हो मन में, नहीं रहे हो तो अच्छा ही है। डॉक्टर साहब का वेलकम करना चाहूँ, मैं भी अपनी लाइफ में ऐसी पर्सनालिटी से बहुत कम ही मिला हूँ। आज उनसे मिलके बहुत खुशी हुई। मुझे मेरे लिए उन्होंने बहुत कुछ बोल दिया उन्होंने, आप बिलीव कीजिए मुझे उनसे मिलके आधा घंटा ही हुआ टाइम। जैसे यहाँ पर संजू विद्यालय में मैंने एंटर किया, उनसे मुलाकात हुई, उसके पहले कभी मुलाकात नहीं हुई उनसे, पर खान साहब को देखते ही मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत अच्छा फील हुआ। थैंक यू वेरी मच। सभी को एक बार फिर से थैंक्स देते हुए मुझे आज बुलाया। वैसे मेरे आने की इच्छा नहीं थी आज, आप सभी को पता है मेरी छोटी सिस्टर की डेथ हो गई सर 65 एज में। शी वाज लाइब्रेरियन हियर इन दिस कॉलेज और कल उसका 12th डे सेरेमनी था, 13th डे। तो आज ही मैं पहली बार घर से बाहर किसी फंक्शन में अटेंड कर रहा हूँ। मेरी आने की इच्छा नहीं हो रही थी, फिर भी कौशिक जी ने भी काफी उन पे फोन करके आने के लिए कहा, तो मैं यहाँ पर आ गया। थैंक यू ऑल। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, sir. You have spared your time, and although you did not wish to come, still you came because we insisted on your coming. Thank you very much. We the organizers feel immensely grateful to all our invitees and participants for their support and cooperation. May I request Honorable Dr. Anantadani sir, Vice Principal Dada Ramchand Bakur Sindhu Mahavidyalaya and convener of the conference to propose a vote of thanks. Dr. Anantadani.
Good afternoon to all honorable dignitaries on and off the dais, my fellow colleagues, and all dear participants, offline and online. I am Dr. Anantadani, convener of this 2 days international conference. Take the pleasure and pride to propose vote of thanks. the outset, let me thank Shri H.R. Baku sir, President Senior Vidya Samiti, for encouraging and giving us permission to hold an international conference. Thank you, sir. I thank Chairman Senior Vidya Samiti, Dr. Vicky Rumani sir, General Secretary, Dr. I.P. Keswani sir, Shri Neeraj Baku sir, Secretary College Affairs, for motivation, guidance, and support. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to thank our today's chief guest, Mr. M.S. Khan, Senior Superintendent of Police, CBI, ACB, Nagpur, who has taken out time from his busy schedule and motivated and guided our participants. Thank you, sir. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Vinayak Deshpande, sir, Chief Guest of inaugural function and keynote speaker, for sharing his knowledge and experience. I thank our sponsors, Mr. Mota, ASA, Agrotech Private Limited, Akshat Jewelers, Parival Granite Supplier, for the financial assistance. My heartfelt thanks go to Professor T.V. Kachimani, Vice Chancellor, Central Tribal University, Andhra Pradesh, for being the resource person. I also thank Dr. Vinay Kapoor Mehra, Vice Chancellor of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar National Law University, Sonipat, for chairing the technical session. I thank the resource person of technical session, Professor Praveen Saxena, Professor Dayalbag Education Institute, Agra, for spending his time and sharing his knowledge with us. The session was chaired by Dr. Saurabh, Associate Professor, Head School of Business, Shri Mata Vaishno Devi University, Jammu and Kashmir. I thank you very much for your expert comments, sir. Dates of the conference began with technical session 3, for which the resource person was Mr. Deepak Meghani, software engineer, Google, USA, and the chairperson was Mr. Sachin Pandey, MD Business Development and Management, co-founder, VGIPL. My heartfelt thanks to both of you, sir, for sparing time and enriching us with your knowledge and expertise in the field. I thank Dr. Praveen Mastoor, Associate Professor, Tripura Institute of Management, Education, Nagpur, for being the chairperson of the paper presentation. I thank all the 6 participants for presenting their research papers and 4 participants for their feedback. I thank Dr. V.M. Pense, Principal, for his strong support. My thanks to Dr. S.V. Devani, who stood by me in the execution of work related to the conference. I also thank Dr. Chinkede, Vice Principal, for his assistant and help. I thank the entire organizing team for their relentless work and untiring efforts for the success of the conference. I thank Dr. Ashwina for the comprehensive report of the conference. I will fail in my duty if I do not thank all the Master of Ceremonies of different sessions, Dr. J.K. Valke, for conducting inaugural and valedictory function. I thank Dr. Bhavna Joshi, Dr. Richa Kalyani, Mr. Punay Matkere, Dr. Amit, and Dr. Mahajan for conducting different technical sessions. I also thank Shri G.K. Rubani, HOD of Department of Commerce, Dr. Bhandari, Dr. Kaushik, Dr. Kamlani, Dr. Adas, Mr. Praveen Kamte, Dr. Kapil Gurwani, Mr. Ridwan, Dr. Trupti Sakare, Ms. Puri Tiwari, and all my colleagues of senior and junior college. I thank all the HODs of different departments for their gracious presence. My special thanks go to technical team and Mr. Naveen Agarwal, the registrar of the college, for providing technical assistance and others. Last but not the least, I thank non-teaching staff members for their support. I thank all the participants from across the globe for their active participation. I thank the student volunteers and student participants. Lastly, I thank everyone who worked directly or indirectly involved in making the conference a great success. I beg to pardon if I forget to mention any name. Thank you once again all. I request you all kindly stand up at your place for the national anthem. जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जगति तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे भारत माता की जय. Now, with the permission of the chair, I declare that the conference is over. Thanks for making its valuable answers. Thank you. दे दे मेरे ये फोन बहुत सारे आते हैं सारे फोन आए होंगे एरोप्लेन मोड पे छोड़ दिया था नहीं चार्जर नहीं